Again, welcome to IPT training today. You're here with myself, Kim Anderson, Stephen Parpart, and Sally Reddick. We will just be taking an initial look at our PowerSchool's database here. This is not a deep dive into any particular certain area of PowerSchool. But we will be dipping your toes into how to use the basics in PowerSchool. Again, please ask questions, chat or unmute, and we'll go ahead and get started. I'm actually going to go ahead and sign out of my portal here. I just kind of wanted to show you, here is what you should see when you bring up the Train02 database. This is your administrator sign-in portal. There are this portal is for administrators, counselors, office staff. There is also a teacher portal where teachers can log in, take their attendance, access their grade book. Administrators can view the grade books, but they can't edit that. But the teacher portal is where the teachers would sign in. There is also a public portal where the parent and the student can sign in, to look at attendance, to look at grades, to look at schedules. All that is set by the administrator. There's also a substitute portal where the substitute can see the class roster, maybe pictures of students, attendance obviously is something they would need to do every day, and also the school bulletin, which is something important. You can also tell which portal you're in by looking up here at the top at the URL. As you can see up here, right up here, it says Train02 at Meta Solutions, and we are in the admin portal. That's what we're signing into right now. So if you haven't done so, go ahead and get signed in with your username and password. I'm going to go ahead and, or actually, I'm going to go over a few things here really quickly before I do that. Sorry about that. First of all, a few little things here. PowerSchool is very customizable. There's the on the screen, you see that we have a sign-in custom message. We will show you how to do that a little bit later, but I do want to bring that to your attention. This is something that you can put on the administrator portal. You can put this on a parent-student portal, a teacher portal, just a little message, to bring their attention to maybe something that's going on in the district or something upcoming. Here we have our training sessions, and again, I'll show you that in a little bit about how to put that on there. Down here at the bottom, you'll see that you have the date of today's date, the sign-in time, and also the current version of PowerSchool that you are on. We do, update our PowerSchool servers quite often now, and so that's where you will find what version you are on. If you click into that hyperlink, this might be some information maybe your tech coordinator or an administrator may need, if they're having server issues or anything, technical like that. This might be something that they want to refer back to. So just so you know where that's at, that is where you get to that information regarding your server. All right, okay, now let's sign in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put my username in and my password. And we're going to go ahead and get signed in. Okay, and so when I sign in, maybe, there we go. On Zoom, it just takes a little bit longer than normal when everybody's on here. Okay, so when I sign in, you'll see that start page that we started with earlier. You can see that when I signed in, my login defaulted to the district level over here to your right. and two, we're going to use the 23-24 year here for our training today. We do have data in there, so that's what I would suggest that you use. So we're going to do our 2020 2024. You'll see that again, this is our start page. You'll see up here to the left-hand corner is our district logo. So when you see your start page, you will probably see your district logo up there. You can use this logo, you can click on it at any time to return to the start page. So just always remember that. If you are on a page and you just want to do a start over, you can always go up here to your logo and click on that to start over again. Your start page always begins with this student search. You can change this student search to staff or contacts. And again, students just means, you're looking up the students. Staff obviously means your staff that you're working with, and your contacts would be any contact that you have related to one of your students or staff. We will spend a little bit more time on this again later in the training when we're doing some searches. And we'll believe me, we'll do lots of searches with all those students and contacts. You will notice that there is a big banner at the top here that says this is a training database with scrambled data. This is something that you can customize on your screen depending on what your district is wanting. This is done through some notifications, and you can put whatever message you want up there. Again, PowerSchool is very, very customizable, and we are just getting more and more customizations every day. And it's, we want you to have all the things that your district needs. We will also be mentioning customizations as we go throughout this whole training. I will say this though, your district leaders are the ones that turn on those customizations. So some of you, when you're looking at your own district, some of you may see a little bit different view than what you're seeing here in our train database, as some of you may not have as many customizations turned on as we do in our train database. After this training, if there's something that you see on the train database, you may want to, just get with your district leader and talk to him or her about, that you saw this on the train database and you'd like to see it on your own system. So I'm going to go back up here to where I said we started with the district office. Mine defaulted to the district office. Right now, that's where we're sitting. If you go to your drop down here, again, this is a train database. So we're going to have lots and lots of different school buildings, but these are all the different school buildings that we do have in our district. As you can see, we have the district, or the school building's name. We also have the IRN under here, and that's something that that you can set as your own way of looking at things, and we'll kind of show you that again too, how to do that. But you can manage kind of what you want to see on your own screen. This is something that is set by user. So I have mine set as I can see the building name and also the IRN. Next to the buildings, you'll see the years. And if you click on those years, this shows all the scheduling years the scheduling terms that you have set up for you. You can see that you can go back many years. You can go back in time to the previous years in the terms as well. And, we'll be touching more on that as well later throughout the training. Okay, I do want to reflect just before we move on to some searching and some more about our screen. I do just want to go back. I told you I would show you how to get that custom sign-in screen message. I'm just going to show you very briefly This is our menu over here to the left. I know that we haven't touched on kind of how to use these menus, but I just want to show you really quickly how I got to that custom sign-in message. So if I go here to my district management, and it pulls out another menu of display preferences. Right here, I have a custom sign-in screen message, and I just want to briefly reflect on this for just a minute. You'll see down here that you'll see over here to the left the administrator sign-in message. This is the message that I had put in on my custom screen. Okay. There is some manipulation that goes into this, some building of, the different fonts and things like that, which you may or may not know how to do. But you can always just put a basic message in there, like welcome back to school.
Yeah,
Welcome,
I was going to say,
welcome to
don't
the
be
school
intimidated.
year. Don't
I
be
was going to say, don't
intimidated.
be
Yeah.
intimidated by all that HTML code. That's,
Yes.
well, we set that up to show so that our users that are coming to the trainings can look at all of our training dates coming up, and they can actually click. So we have clickable links in there. Most districts will just say, welcome to, Meta High School, Meta local school district, or having a quick announcement. So, like parent teacher conferences are upcoming or something like that, but they're specific to the portal. So just keep that in mind when you look at all that HTML code. That's just something that we set up, and most districts wouldn't have something like that set up.
No, and you can see here again, I went down to the administrator sign-in message because I wanted you to see that. But you see that you can set up something basic for your student and parent sign-in, for your teacher sign-in, and for your substitute sign-in. As seen here on the substitute sign-in, we just put thank you for subbing at Meta Schools. Very basic, something simple. Just let them know, hey, this is welcome back. Thank you for subbing. You don't have to have all this, but I did want to show you where that was found and how that then reflects on that portal when you do go to sign in. Okay, so again, I didn't want to get too deep into this menu over here, but I did want to let you know that that is where you do that. All right, and I'm going to click on my left up here at my icon up here. And again, that brings me back to that start page. And then I'm going to turn it over to Stephen for a couple things.
All right. And I'm going to share my screen here. There we are. All right. And as Kim pointed out, you might notice some slight differences in what you see on the start page here. I know that Kim covered whether you'd see the IRN and this what we call the expanded view on here, but there might be some other little nuancy type things that you'll see that my start page will look different than hers, and that has to do with the way I'm setting up. For example, I don't have these turned on, whereas she does. And we'll talk about what those do later in the training. But that's something that I feel like takes up a lot of real estate in my page. So if you're back at your home district and you're like, you know what, that's not something that I need to see, I would just go ahead and close that. So I just wanted to point that out because there's some things you'll say, why does Kim's screen look different than Steven's screen? So there's a couple of things I would like to talk about now, just to kind of continue this journey or this map around the start page here that we're going to be going through this morning before we get into student searches. So with the new enhanced menu, PowerSchool implemented this what they simply call PowerSchool search. It does a lot. There's a lot it can be used for, and you can search students, staff, contacts, and pages within PowerSchool. So my best advice to you when you're getting used to the new enhanced menu, or if you're a brand new user to PowerSchool, is utilize this search up here, because there's so many things that I can type in here that will display all of, all the types of items that I'm looking for, and that's how I can find pages. So while we will be going through where to find specific pages that are important to your role over here, like Kim just did with the customizing your sign-in message, we'll go through many of these things later in the day. Uh, but you could just go here and search for the page you're looking for. Key thing there is, though, if you know the name of the page or the start to the name of the page, it is very specific. So I'll give you some examples. So just like student searches, which we'll get to later in the morning, I could uh, start typing a name, and I'm going to use what we all know is a very common name, and we get a list of students with the last name Smith. Then we get a list of staff with the name Smith anywhere in it, a list of contacts, and of course, as expected, there's no pages in PowerSchool with the word Smith in it. But if I was looking for a page in PowerSchool and I just wasn't sure where to find it in my menu over here, I could start typing a word. And in this case, less might be better, because if you get too specific, like I'm going to start with daily attendance. I just, quickly typed it all. But maybe that's not exactly what I'm looking for. So I could just start with the letters ATT. Might not be specific enough because I'm getting any student names with ATT in it. So maybe I was looking for one of these attendance pages. I'm going to narrow out a lot of this stuff up here by continuing to type the word attendance. And as you can see, I'm getting more results specific to attendance. This is a trained database. You'll hear us say this more than once. So you will see some strange things like a staff named Attendance Schultz and Attendance Woodward and things like that. So don't be too thrown by that. Don't let that get in your way here, because this is all, scrambled data with random words into the names here. So but I think that the attendance is a good example for searching. Also, if we're talking about student schedules, maybe, and I want to search look at an individual student schedule, maybe I have a selection of students, and I go to schedule. And now I have every page with the word schedule in it, from everything from schedule setup to current schedule and bell schedule. Notice it gives me what we call in PowerSchool the breadcrumbs. So you can see where in the menu this is found. So I'm looking at DL grade schedule, district management, that matches to this menu item over here. But if you see the words student search or staff search in it, that means that page that I'm going to click onto is specific to the students in my selection. So if I'm seeing, again, student search list schedule, I'm going to use that as an example right now. When I click on this link, it's going to take me to the first student list schedule in my selection, because it's a student search page. It's a student specific page. Oppositely, and by the way, you'll also see this icon of people here, 3 people in there. Whereas master course schedule also has the word schedule in it, will instead take me to courses and programs master course schedule, which is an overall view of your schedule in the building that I'm in. Now, I'm not in a building right now, and we're going to talk more about that in a bit here. So I'm not going to click on that one quite yet because there won't be anything to see. But I am going to click on this one just to show you an example. So I'm looking at a list view schedule of a student because I wanted to see the students in my selection and their student schedules. And we'll talk a lot more as the training goes on how to navigate between students, how to find particular students you're looking for, and that sort of thing. But I just wanted to show you that example of using PowerSchool search and how and where the differences are in student pages, staff specific pages, like information about your staff, versus general pages in PowerSchool. But keep in mind that I haven't gotten as used to using this particular search to look up students yet, because I tend to do it on our main menu here. And there's just a lot more functionality in the ways you can search here down here using this. But if I just wanted to find a student quickly, then I could use this for student searches as well and pick the kid I'm looking for. Again, this is a pretty exact search. So I'm getting Edwards in the search, but I'm not getting any kids named Edward as their first name, right? I would have to back up to, and I'm still not getting any because there's so many kids with the last name Edwards, and it's just showing the beginning of the results here. So just to give you an idea, that's kind of some of the limitation of this search. Again, it's a good quick search if you're looking for a page or a student or a staff member or even a contact, as you can see, contact on a student. But it's going to be limited in that it's only going to show you the top results in each category. All right. We at Meta had a customization, and we still do for searching. So that's why you're seeing this other magnifying glass here. This tends to confuse a lot of especially new users since PowerSchool has rolled out the new enhanced menu. PowerSchool created this PowerSchool search that I just showed you, which is a great tool. But Meta has their own customization for PowerSchool search. The biggest difference you will find here is that our customized Meta search only searches pages. It does not look up people. So that's the limitation of here. However, the second biggest difference is that when you use the Meta search, that little magnifying glass, what I can do is I can find all pages that have the word that I'm searching or the phrase that I'm searching in the description as well. So our development team, our developers, when they created this years ago, they made the search work on the description and the name of as well as the name of the page. And it also shows you where in the system this is, whether it's admin or at the district level only, under reports. When you get down lower here, because again, I'm at the district office, I'm not yet in a building. These are grayed out because these are building specific pages. So I cannot click on these. But if I went into, say, Meta High School on my school switcher, I would be able to click into these pages, and then the ones at the district level would be grayed out. I wouldn't be able to access those any longer. So for now, we at Meta are keeping our customized search, even though, again, it confuses new users to have two different searches. This one does something a little bit different and may be helpful for you to keep. So in the long-term goal is to incorporate the advantages of the Meta PowerSchool search into the PowerSchool core search, but that hasn't happened yet. And there's some development that needs to go into that yet. So that's, maybe future development coming at you. So any questions about searches using the PowerSchool search or the Meta search up here, the Meta customized search? The next icon I'm going to show you up here in our toolbar is this Meta Solutions logo. You will find this logo in your system on any of the pages that have one of our customizations available or enabled onto it. So I'm going to show you an example. We're here on the start page. I'm going to click on Meta Solutions, and you see enabled customizations versus available customizations. Kim mentioned earlier that PowerSchool is highly customizable. So if you have a developer who knows how to write code, they can create a customization that plugs into PowerSchool and makes functionality better or adds a link to a page, for example. And so I'll show you an example in a moment here of one customization that we have enabled on this page, although there are several. The one I just showed you, search PowerSchool pages. Again, that little magnifying glass is a customization that our Meta customers have. So if you talk to somebody who works in PowerSchool and around the state, or that is not a Meta customer, or somewhere else in the world that doesn't have our Meta customizations package, they wouldn't see these type of things in their environment. Um, and then I also I want to demonstrate the difference, or not demonstrate, but just elaborate a little bit on the difference though. There are other customizations created by other companies, organizations, and individuals that aren't affiliated with Meta that you can also plug into your system. We'll come across some of those as we go through this training, but just keep that in mind. Not all customizations are created by Meta, and not all customizations are created equally. And then every time there's an update to PowerSchool from core PowerSchool, we at Meta make sure that our customizations do work alongside core PowerSchool. And I say that because some of the customizations that have been created by other organizations may not be supported and updated anymore. And sometimes we come across issues with those customizations that make them not work in PowerSchool anymore. So if I had disabled any of these customizations from Meta, they would appear down here in the available customizations. All right. The next icon, I already showed you this search, which is our Meta customized search. Oh, I did say I was going to show you another one of our example customizations real quick. So by default, PowerSchool shows you a limited amount of results on the screen. I can click expand, and I can see a lot more results in my student search. So earlier I clicked on a grade level and I pulled up 400 students. If I didn't have this expand, so I can click condense, it only shows me that much. So for some of you, it's about real estate on the page. For others, you want to see more results at a time on the page that you're looking at. So you can click expand. And again, that's an example of a Meta customization that we have enabled. If we had that disabled, you wouldn't even see that button there. All right. Next up on the toolbar up here is favorites. And we are going to go through favorites, how that works, and how you can set that up in your own environment. It is environment specific. So now we encourage you, when we're going through this later on in the morning on how to create favorites, we do encourage you to create some, but please note this is specific to your train environment login. The favorites are user specific. The reason I point that out is, the good news is that other users in the same system aren't going to see your favorite pages. They're only going to see their favorite pages. The bad news is you can't share them among environments. So if you took some time today and you created all your favorite pages or a bunch of favorite pages here in our trainer environment, they would not translate over to your live environment. So just keep that in mind. Because we're in a train environment, this is going to be specific to your profile in our train environment. But I want to show you what I have set up just so you get a sense. If I click on that favorites, again, we will talk through how to set this up. I can have this, I have a bunch of pages that I use frequently in our train database set up on my favorites menu, which I'm going to close for now because we're not quite there yet. But I could also pin, and it would keep that pinned to the side of my side menu here. So I'm going to unpin that. I'm going to close that for now and get rid of that. All right. This little bell is for notifications. Notifications is newer functionality, actually brand new functionality. We haven't really touched it as a team yet much. We've gone to a training about it, but that is something that's going to be rolled out soon. You will see references to notifications around the system in our train database because this train database is the latest version of PowerSchool. And notifications is going to be a way for users to just to communicate information to other users. There's another functionality called tasks that's coming, which is related to that as well. Also in the notifications, if someone tried to log in and there was a failed login, on my account, it would show me that as well. So you may be seeing that if you click on notifications, that you had a failed login attempt this morning if you're having any trouble getting logged in. All right. This icon here, I call it the box icon. That's the best name I've come up with for it. This shows you other various applications, third-party vendors, we call them. Third-party vendors are other pieces of software that connect into PowerSchool. A lot of your districts have third-party vendors. We at Meta here, we don't directly support your third-party vendors. So if you're having trouble with something relating to, final forms, for example, is one, syncing into PowerSchool, or some kind of announcement or notifications system that goes out to all your students via phone, that may be some third-party vendor you're using that connects into PowerSchool and pulls student data. That's supported directly from those third-party vendor companies, but there's a couple of them listed here, some plugins and things. What I wanted to point out on this menu here, probably the only thing that's really important to our conversation right now, is the Meta Customizations catalog. Now, this is a wide open train environment, so you will have access to just about everything, if not everything, in our train environment. So keep that in mind. And again, you're welcome to click into places and see what that looks like. But when you go back to your home environment, there's a good possibility you wouldn't even see this menu. You wouldn't be able to click into Meta Customizations, because typically your district leader would be the one to turn on and off Meta Customizations. So when I click in here in a moment, I'm only going to see meta-specific customizations, and I'm going to be able to enable or disable them. And one way you could use this in our train database, by the way, you'll have access to our train database all week, all through next week, if you like. If you ever wanted to get back in here and just look around, like Kim mentioned earlier, if you see something that you think would be beneficial in your home environment and you're not seeing it, maybe come over here and read about it in the customizations catalog, or look at what we have that may benefit you in the catalog. So again, I just like our PowerSchool search, I can start typing, certain words or phrases here um, to find customizations and maybe look at what each of them do. So I'm going to look at this teacher schedule name, find out what that is. So if I'm looking at the teacher schedule view within PowerSchool, it'll display the actual name of the teacher at the top. There was a bug in the initial enhanced menu that may or may not still exist, I'm not sure, from PowerSchool, that no longer showed the teacher's name at the top of their schedule. So it was awful confusing for our users that were looking at the enhanced menu version of the teacher schedule menu. They would click on a teacher name over here, and then they would see that list of courses, but they wouldn't necessarily know whose schedule they were looking at anymore. So if enabled, this will allow you to see that teacher's name at the top. So just as an example of a customization that you could have in your system. All right. Oh, and I misspoke earlier. So I had said notifications would tell you if there was a rogue login or attempt at a login. It's actually this system alert here that does that. Again, that icon is new. I'm still getting familiar with it. I apologize. This triangle over here on our toolbar, that's the next icon I wanted to show you. That would tell you when your last sign-in was and if there was any attempted logins that you weren't able to get in. So, all right. I'm going to go back to the start page away from the customizations catalog. The next icon I want to show you up here is something you may not see, likely you will not see on your screen, is the report queue. The reason I'm seeing this, and you're probably not, you might see it in your home system, but probably not in our training environment, is because you have not run a student report yet. Once you've run a student report and there's something in your queue, you will see this menu here. So I'm just going to click on it. I'm not going to talk too much about the printer report at this moment because we're going to cover that when we get to student screens, student specific screens. But once I've run a report on a group of students or an individual student, I will see this that I have a queue. It's just a quick link so you can get here without having to go find a student or a group of students and then the printer report. So I'm going to click into there. And I ran this just the other day, the parent portal letter. It is a letter in my system. You may or may not have something like this that tells tells the students and parents that their login, they can log into their public portal now or parent portal. So it was just an example of something I used. And again, we'll go into more detail on what this page can and cannot do later on, but I just wanted to show you that's what that icon is. It's to return to your print queue if you've sent any object reports to the print queue. Not to be confused with the print icon. The print icon that the printer icon that you'll see in my toolbar at the top is something very different than that. It simply prints the page that you're on. Now, I probably don't want to print this particular page that I'm on. I'll show you what it does though. There's probably not much of a reason to print this list of students I've searched and our start page, but that's really what that page does. There's a lot of more useful pages in PowerSchool where I would want to print the page, and I'll show you an example of that. So I could save this as a PDF, which is the way a lot of people use this print a page. Even though I'm saying print a page, you might not literally want to print it, but you can save it as a PDF as a file. So, maybe one example is I'm going to click into a student and maybe I want to print his schedule, or better yet, I'm going to go to his quick lookup, which is a very commonly used student screen that we'll talk more about later in the training. But maybe I'm meeting with this parent or this student, and I just want to have something on paper to provide to them and talk through with them kind of as a discussion piece, looking at all the grades throughout the quarters, how the student's currently doing, how they have done throughout the year. And again, as Kim pointed out earlier, we are in the 23-24 school year. And I point that out again because the reason we're in the 23-24 year, so we have a full year's worth of data. A lot of the things that we're going to be looking through in this training, it wouldn't be as easy to do, easy to find data, example data, if we're currently in the 24-25 year because it hasn't started yet. So again, if I wanted to print this page, I could click print the printer icon, and maybe I need that second page, maybe I don't. If the student wasn't scheduled in as many classes, then I wouldn't see as much here. I could maybe leave some of that, condense it all into one page if I'm able. But with all the information that's currently being displayed on this page, it is running over onto 2 pages. But maybe a useful tool for you as you're working with individuals in your district. We clicked into this question mark icon earlier, and we showed you how to find our specific documentation. But I want to return to that menu now because there's a lot of information packed into this little menu that will be helpful for you, especially as a new user. But I find myself using this menu all of the time. Kim pointed out earlier that you can find a link to our documentation. So soon, only Meta customers will be able to access our Meta documentation, and that is available via a link within your system. So instead of going out to the website, those of you who've been around a year or more with Meta or in PowerSchool may remember that you're able to go out to our website and access our documentation, but you will only be able to access our documentation via this link coming very soon. We are actually also revamping our documentation site and making it it much more user-friendly. We have one of our developers working on that currently. We've had some meetings about it, and I love what I've seen so far. I'm really excited for you to see this because all of our documentation will be searchable, very similar to our meta customization for searching pages within PowerSchool. It's going to be pretty awesome. But again, it's going to be a separate website that is only accessible via a link within your system. So even if you were logged into your home system right now, you'd see these links here because you're a Meta customer. If you're not a Meta customer, obviously you wouldn't see these. So that's just a bit about documentation. I also want to point out that we do have a YouTube channel that is wide open and public for all users. And you can go on to our channel, you can follow it. You can get notifications for new trainings that pop up. We are recording this current training for our YouTube channel. We are always keeping our most current version of each of our online trainings on our YouTube channel for reference. And if you miss anything in today's training or you want some review, again, this is being recorded and be available out there, as well as the rest of our trainings, such as some of the ones I mentioned earlier, like attendance and enrollments, office functions, scheduling, any of those more specific deep dives trainings are available out there on YouTube and get updated every time we run a new one. So if you see that one is a year or two old, that may mean we haven't run that training since then, or we may be running it soon and then replacing it with the new version. All right. Couple other things I want to point out here. That's just the meta part of this menu. Again, those are customizations our developers built into the menu to make it easier for you to find these links. But Core PowerSchool provides you an entire system help menu. And this system help menu can be just so useful for any users. Again, I use this myself. So for example, I may want to just learn about a specific subject. I can go through on the menu along here using the categories and, pop out to different subjects within each category. Basics, the new enhanced user interface, which is what we're all on now. Learn about favorites, something I mentioned earlier. Tasks, that new functionality that was just released with the latest version. Release notes. All right, release notes by category or by release. So we are currently in the 24th year of PowerSchool, and that's why we're on version 24. And then every time they put out a new version, it is by month. Therefore, the January release was 24.1 and the July release was 24.7, just to give you a sense. I think our current database is on 24.6. Now that I think about it, I think that's what Kim said earlier. But just to give you a sense of where we are, but I could see what's new in the 24.6 release by looking at new features and enhancements and seeing if any of this is applicable to me. Some of them are just what it says, enhancements, but some of them are actually new features or functionality. And you can learn more by going here. But I do want to point out this search up here. This is a search specific to the help menu. So again, if I wanted to learn about a specific subject, maybe grading, maybe student grades, like historical grades, average final grades, final grade setup. I've been using attendance a lot as my example. If I wanted to learn about attendance in general, or maybe specifically daily attendance, recalculate daily attendance, view and add daily attendance. This is all here for you in this menu. So highly recommend. I can't really recommend this menu enough for any user to find information. If you're unsure of how to use some functionality, or you would just like to learn more about it, or if you're having a trouble that you're having a problem that you need to resolve, and this might be, you might be able to find your answer here. So I can look at by version, go all the way back if I wanted to. I'm not sure that you need to do that, but I'm going to stay on, again, my latest version. I'm in 24.6 right now. So that's where I'll remain. And again, without using the search, I could also look at different categories over here. If you want to dig in, just find out what's available to you, specific to students, like student searches, how to mass assign a counselor to groups of students in your district. That's just one example over here. There's so much contained in this menu. While we're on the topic, I just want to point out that this what's new will take you directly to the release notes of each of the prior versions. So again, a couple different ways to get places in PowerSchool, which you will see as a recurring theme in our training, that there are multiple ways to get to certain pages. This is another one of those places. So if I want to go directly to the release notes for a specific version, I could do it via the what's new. If you are an EMIS coordinator, and you work on state reporting for your district, state reporting help may be helpful for you. We have a couple other links that we're not going to dive deep into here, but data dictionary and the PS.DAT reference are good reference points for things that you could utilize here in PowerSchool. Right. When I click on my initials, which yours will probably say something like MM, because it's a fake user that you're using. When I hover over it, it will also show me my latest sign in as well as the IP address that I'm signing in from. May or may not be useful to you, but maybe. The two most important things I want to go over here is this is how you sign out of PowerSchool. So if you're walking away from your machine, we'd recommend that you sign out every time, because if not, you're leaving student data wide open to whomever comes across your computer. So we do recommend signing out whenever you walk away. Your system is set up to sign out after so much time set by your district leader. So there is, it may be 5 minutes, it may be 10 minutes, but PowerSchool will eventually automatically sign you off if you are not active in the system. I mentioned my tasks earlier. We're not going to touch on that in this training, but that's brand new functionality. Again, your other users can assign you tasks, or you can assign tasks to yourself. And we will be going over how to use my tasks at an upcoming district leader training in the near future. So your district leaders will get a little bit on that to bring back to your district for you. What I want to focus on mainly in this menu item here is manage profile. This is where you can personalize what appears on your screen. I gave that example earlier, whereas you might be seeing some things slightly different on Kim's screen when she was sharing earlier versus when I'm sharing. And here are some of the things that you can change. One, you may need to change your password. If at any point you feel like that's a necessary thing to do, you can change your password manually. And I say manually because some of your systems at home are set up to occasionally remind you to change your password or require you to change your password. We have one district that they have a setting that every 6 months, every user, 6 months from the date they've last changed their password, they have to change it again. Some are a year. But if you need to manually change your password, this is where you do it under your profile. All right, a little bit of information about me as a staff member within the system is available here. If there was a photo, if there was an email address plugged in for it, that would be there. So initial student screen pertains to when I click into a student or a group of students, what's the first screen I want to populate for a student? I showed you an example of Quick Lookup earlier. Quick Lookup is an excellent student data page. Whether you're a school counselor or a building secretary or even an administrator, it's going to give you that view of how the student's doing in their current classes for each of the different grading terms. Their current grade point average can be displayed on that, but probably more importantly than that even, the attendance also shows. Their attendance shows at the bottom of that screen. So quick lookup is a commonly used page to display when you first open a student profile. But depending on the role you have in your district, maybe you need to see student information such as name, address, phone number, parent info, any alerts on that student. Maybe you want their demographic screen to open first. We have a pretty neat customization called Counselor Dashboard that will show you more detail later, but that is a page in PowerSchool that combines a lot of these pages into one. And we call that the counselor dashboard. So maybe, and that's not only for counselors, we had a group of counselors many years ago that helped us decide on what would be the best pages to display in a counselor dashboard. And so you'll see what we came up with there. Um, but again, you get to choose which is the initial student screen. Any of these ones that are not grayed out are ones that you could pick. I don't see these used a whole lot, but I'd say the most common ones would be something like quick lookup, counselor dashboard, demographics, probably. Probably not too many others that you'd want to default to. Default log type, we will talk a little bit about log entries in this training. We also have a training specific to log entries, a half-a-day training coming up. And so if your role includes putting log entries into PowerSchool, you can choose the default log type from log entries that you want it to default to. Homepage, similar to the student screen. What page in PowerSchool would you like it to default to? It's almost always going to be the start page. All right. And that start page is what we saw earlier with the student search, right? So that's where you're going to default to for the homepage. This is one thing that you may see differently on my screen that you may not have been seeing earlier on your screen. So I'm going to click between tabs here. I hope that's okay. Again, but I want to show you what this does. So the fact that I have display alphabet filter turned on, that's what gives me the ability to change my selection by last name, first letter pretty quickly here. So if I only wanted to see students that start with the last name I in their last name, turns out I don't have any. So I'll go with a very common one of J. And I see all my Jacksons, Johnsons, and any others there might be. So you can turn that off if that's something that you don't feel like you'd ever use. You could actually uncheck that, submit. And again, if you're thinking save a little bit of real estate, I don't really use that, you could turn that off. So PowerSchool makes that optional. I'm going to leave that on though. You can change the student line text and student line icons size. So I'll show you what I'm referring to there. If I click into a student to go to the student pages, you'll notice for some people that may be very small to read. But I will tell you the benefit is in this particular system, they have a whole lot of information on that student line. So to make that all fit, they have to have it really small. But I could increase the font size on that student line to make it larger. And if I only had a few pieces of information like, student number and student ID, maybe that would maybe it'd be better to have a larger font for that because I wouldn't necessarily need all this other information. School switcher. This is something Kim alluded to earlier. I want to point this out. So I could choose to have the expanded version of the school switcher, which includes my IRN. But in my building, I have so many schools that it takes up, again, a lot of real estate when I'm looking at this menu. And maybe I don't necessarily want all that information. So I could turn it to condensed. I could submit on the screen. And now I don't see the IRNs anymore, but you can see it makes it much shorter. This is going to be more useful, like more useful functionality in our school buildings that have, we do have buildings that have 15 or 20 or more buildings between all our elementary buildings. So you can see how this quickly could become too long to scroll through, especially when you're going and looking for your own building. You can also filter up here though to find the building that you're looking for in the school switcher. So again, if I was in a large district, I might just use that to find my building pretty quickly. I can change from light, all white to dark mode if I want to. That is as you can see, meta customization. Some people had asked for that several years ago to go easier on the eyes. So that is an option if you wanted to. All right. Smart search. There is a couple of things about this that I really want to point out, some very important pieces to this that are going to help you in your searches. These are going to be our recommended settings on this page. I would not recommend disabling Smart Search because I'm going to show you what Smart Search does and how useful that is. Now, I could see why there are roles in schools that wouldn't need to necessarily see inactive student and staff results. I'll show you what that does by having that turned on and how it could be useful. But when you make a search in PowerSchool, you may want to see the inactive students in your searches, but it doesn't pull them up once you run the search, let's say. But I'll show you what I mean by that in a moment here. So right now I have Smart Search enabled. That's the default setting in your system, but you could turn that off. And I have to include inactives. So I'll show you what that does. I'm going to go back to my start page. So I'm going to start typing a last name. And what Smart Search does is it pulls up a potential list of students that you're searching for. So I could, let's say I am looking for a student with the last name Jackson, and I know who I'm looking for. I'm only looking for this Aiden, actually. Or maybe I'm looking for Aiden and his brother Adam Jackson. So I can click the plus to add them to my selection via the Smart Search. The difference in the icons here to the left of the students are showing me which students are active in my system versus not active. Okay, so they're grayed out if they're inactive. You can see, oh, that student's in the grad building, so she graduated. This student was in the high school building but inactive. They must have transferred out at some point. That sort of things, transferred out of one of the elementary schools. So that's one example on how to use Smart Search. You can see that I can deselect a student as well if I've accidentally selected a student by clicking that plus or minus symbol. I also want to point out that if I do a search for every student with the last name Jackson, just as an example, when I click enter or I click this magnifying glass, it's only going to actually display the students with that are actually active in the building that I'm in. Again, I want to point out that I'm at the district office level, so I'm searching through the entire district of active students right now. So when I click enter or click on the magnifying glass, it's not going to include these inactives in my selection. So what this does here is, is it includes inactives in the results when I'm searching here. But once I click that, it's only showing me my actives here. Again, at the district office level, so I have all grade levels in all buildings in my district. If I was just in the high school, I'd only be seeing the high school kids. Couple more options from this page. So the quick search option. So quick search is what PowerSchool calls their new, what I called earlier, PowerSchool search. Up here, do you want to display student results in there? Maybe you don't. Maybe when I'm searching for ATT as in attendance, I don't want to see everybody named Matt or Matthew in my results. Maybe I've I'm just more accustomed to, and I am personally much more accustomed to using this search when I'm searching particularly for students, and I don't want this to include student results, I can simply turn that off and students will not show in my search up here. So that's up to you. I can also show their, have their student number display in the search, which again is going to take up more real estate and will provide less results off the bat. So you may or not want to include the state student number. If that's not something that you use, then you may not want to include that. You can also turn off the student number search, and I'll give you an example of that. So it's no longer showing the student number now, which gives maybe a little bit more results for my students. But student number, in my opinion, is pretty useful tool to have. But I might not need it to display in the results. I'm not sure. So, and this also allows you to search using student number. But again, a lot of us are accustomed to simply using the start page for student searching. All right. Same idea here within that quick search. Do I want to display staff results or not? So you might be the type of user in your building or district who doesn't need to see staff or contacts. So you could turn any or all of those off. All right. Maybe you only want to see pages. Use this to search pages. You can do that too. All right. This pertains to that new notifications functionality that I mentioned earlier, where you can be assigned tasks and get notifications. So that's a little bit about the manage profile. I'm just going to go over a couple more things in terms of general navigation here real quickly. I've talked a lot about the school switcher, so I'm not going to focus any more time there. Just going to point out a couple of things. If you have a graduated students building or grad building in your selection here, that's where you'd go to find graduated students in your district. The electronic building is not necessarily what it sounds like. When you're looking at your electronic building, if you have access in your district, you're going to, that's going to be students who are usually either open enrolled out or, placed elsewhere, but live in your district, or you have some responsibility of their education within your district. So that's what you'll find in electronic. I've already talked a little bit about how once I go into a specific building here, I'm only searching students and staff and that sort of thing within the building itself. You may be limited. You may only have one building. When you go back to your home district and log in, you might not even have the choice for this drop down because you may only work in, say, the middle school. Your district leaders can, and they're highly advised to, can restrict security to specific buildings and specific roles. And so again, this is a wide open database. You're seeing everything. But at your own district, you may notice that you only have access to one building and you may not have all of the menu items and the screens that we're seeing here in the train database. So that's based on, that's role-based security. And they can restrict it to particular buildings too. So you might have, maybe you have middle school and elementary school access, but not high school and not district office. Again, that district office view is all encompassing. You're seeing every student in your district. Term switcher, like the school switcher, I can switch which term I'm looking at. I'm actually going to go to back to the start page for this. So I can go back a year. So student data, such as their grade level and their student number and what building they're enrolled in, that's not going to change if I go back a year. But what will change is I could look at their attendance for that particular year. I could look at the schedule for that particular year. I could look at the master schedule overall for the building for a particular school year. So there are reasons where you might flip back to a school year if you have access, if your district leader allows you access to do so. There are also reasons that you'd flip to the forward to the future school year. So I'm going to do that for a moment here. I want to point out this up here. There is a warning in some of our districts, a customization that says you are in a future school year. So I think that's useful because this school year hasn't started yet. For a lot of us, it starts in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And I might not want to be working in the future school year. I may be wanting to look at last year's data. If a new school year has already been created, so for example, let's say you work in a elementary school and your building secretary who does elementary scheduling goes to one of our trainings in April, and they've created the new school year 24-25, so that they can start building their master course schedule. You want to make sure if it's April of 2024 and you want to look at current and present data, you wouldn't want to be in a future school year unless you were that person doing scheduling for that future year. So that's kind of a good warning right there to say, oh, I'm in a future school year. I actually want to change back to the current school year. I also want to point out, once I use this term switcher, once I pull this down here, I have a little calendar icon that will show me all school days within that term that I have selected. So I'll go to quarter. Oops. So that doesn't seem to be accurate. 552 school days for quarter 4. Again, in a trained database, we're not going to get completely accurate information. But just to give you a sense, in your own environment, you would be able to look at how many school days and what school days were on the calendar in that particular term that you have selected. Yeah, that's not showing accurately right now. All right. You will only see the terms that your school building has built out. So at the district office, a lot of times we wouldn't have all these quarter length terms. At an elementary school, they may not have quarter length courses built out. So they might not have all these quarters built out. So it just depends on what terms are built out in your building that you'll see along here. So don't panic when you're in your home environment and you're not seeing all of these terms in the building. It just depends on what was built for scheduling purposes in that year. Any questions about the menu items we've gone over up here so far? We're going to take a 10-minute break before we move on to the next segment. So if you could be back here at 10:43, we would appreciate that. And again, we encourage you to put any questions that you have in the chat in the meantime, or take yourself off mute when we come back, and we'll address any questions that you may have. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next segment. Thanks. So we'll be back at 10:43 a.m. I'm going to put that in the chat.
On my profile where it has the alphabet and then my grade levels. So our middle school has 6th, 7th, and 8th. And then I added the alphabet. But it doesn't let me select because I'm the 8th grade secretary. So I wanted to select M and then 8th grade, but is there a way to do that, or is it just
Oh, there is. So when we get to student searches, we'll show you how to do that. And that's a good note though about the student search menu there. Any of those clickable searching features there that Sally's hovering over right now will change your selection. It won't add to, unfortunately, but there is a way to do that. I want to make sure, yeah, you will, and we'll teach you how to do that. So if you wanted to find, a compound search like all of my students that start with the letter M that are in the 8th grade, you can do that for sure.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a great question. Thank you. Any other questions? Feel free to put questions in the chat, or you can ask a question as we go along. This is, an interactive training, so we do want you to ask questions as we're going over something if you have them. But we'll go ahead and get started. Again, if there's no other questions, I don't think I see any in the chat.
I do not.
Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and move on with our agenda. So next, we are going to talk about favorites. Stephen mentioned the favorites icon here on the blue navigation bar, which is this star. We highly recommend using favorites. Similar to the search that Stephen reviewed, PowerSchool has integrated the functionality to favorite pages that you are on in PowerSchool. For the new user, even for the intermediate or experienced users, you can favorite your pages that you visit most often. And again, we highly recommend that you do so. It makes navigation easier and quicker, as well for the new user as you're learning where the items are. So we're going to take a look at our favorites. Again, to view your favorites, you simply click onto it. You can see the list of favorites that I have here in the training database. And as Stephen mentioned earlier, you can pin that open. That is nice. Again, as you are navigating throughout PowerSchool, doing the tasks that you need to do throughout your day, you can easily access your favorites if you pin them open. So for example, if we're in the district office and maybe we needed to look at GPA calculation methods. Maybe that was a task that we need to do this morning. So we're going to navigate to district management, academics, which is already open, and then the GPA calculation methods. And we're on this page, and maybe this again is something that we go to often or we have to reference most often. You'll see every page in PowerSchool has this grayed out star with a little plus icon right next to it. This is how you add a page to your favorites menu. You simply click on that star and a pop-up modal will appear, and it's telling you you want to add the current page to your favorites. When you're adding a page to your favorites, you are going to be asked to select a category for that favorite. So you can, right here in the dropdown, click select. By default, PowerSchool will recommend a default category based on the main left navigation menu. So we found GPA calculation methods by starting our search at district management. So PowerSchool will offer you a default for your category. If this is your first time and as you are following along today, we encourage you, again, you're in a training environment. So we would encourage you to start using these things as we move along. But if this is your first time favoriting, you will only see the default. These other items listed here are categories according to other pages that I have already favorited. So as you begin to add favorites, pages to your favorites, and you create categories for them, you will see those listed in your dropdown as well. So again, PowerSchool will have a district default that you can use. You can put a page in multiple categories if you want. So if we wanted this in both district and school, we could do that, as well as you'll see every category we select is listed here, as well as we could add a new category. You can name categories, anything that you want that makes sense to you. If I wanted to name it just Sally, these are Sally's pages. Again, these are my favorites. This is per user, so your favorites are your favorites, so name them as you would like. And I have a new category. I named it. I click the little check mark. Again, you see the categories that I want to add this page to, and I click Add Page. And when I do that, you can see the green banner tells me that the page has been added to my favorites. I can see the page added in the areas
I had school management, district management, which was PowerSchool's default, and then I created a new one. So I can see where that has been added in all three of those categories. Additionally, on the page, I can see that blue star. I know that I have favorited that page. So again, this is a way for you to bookmark those pages that you visit most often with the tasks that you do on a regular basis in your district. When you start favoriting pages, you have the ability to manage your favorites or reorder them how you want to see them listed. So you'll see here, we have a manage favorites option with a little gear icon right underneath all of my favorited pages. And I can click on that and it opens a slide out where I can now reorganize my favorites as I need to. There is a drag and drop. So you can see as I hover over my categories, I have that little arrow that allows me to just click and drag and drop items as I need to, as well as subcategories within a category. I can drag and drop them as needed. Drag and drop is very easy, but if you want to, you can reorder them. If you click on the three ellipses here on the right-hand side, you can reorder them, which does the same as drag and drop. Maybe I wanted health to be the third page, or the third favorite, not the first. So I can say, I want it to be third in my list, and I click my check mark, and you can see it pops it down to third. As well as your subcategories, you can do the same. You can reorder them. Your categories, you also have the ability to rename them. So we just added GPA calculation methods, and I created a category and I called it Sally. Maybe I don't like that. I want to rename it. So I can click rename and I can add my last initial or whatever I want to rename this to. It opens that bar for me to edit. This is where you can see I have some emojis. This is depending on your browser, but if you right click while you're in that edit bar, you can add an emoji if you wanted. So I could add an emoji here and click my check mark to save it. And again, that emoji, I'm in Chrome, so that is why I'm seeing it. So sometimes if you're in different browsers, you may need to clear your cache to do that. But again, this is customizable by user. So if you want to see those little emojis, you can. As well with the categories, maybe I see, oh, I don't really need my own category. I have GPA calculation methods here in district management. I just want to delete that altogether. You just click delete and it removes it from your list. Your subcategories, you have an additional option to move. So I have this FD student attribute screen. Maybe I have it in my state pages. Maybe I want to move it to a different category. So when I click move to, I can move it to any of my other categories. And when I click that, you see it pops down to where I moved it. As you are changing your favorites, how you view them in your managed favorites, you want to make sure you click save. If you start changing things around and you just cancel, it doesn't automatically save your changes. You do need to click save. Or maybe you're making changes and you don't like the changes you've made and you just want to discard your changes. You can click discard your changes and it'll go back to how you previously had it. But again, as you manage your favorites and you make changes, click save. You'll see that your favorites has updated successfully. Now you can close your manage favorites slide out and you'll see those changes made here on your favorites menu. We talked about pinning it to keep it open. Likewise, as Stephen mentioned, you can unpin it if you want to have more real estate on your page. But that's again by preference per user if you want to pin that open or not. For the new user, again, we recommend using the favorites, but maybe pinning it open. The reason why, you'll notice as I look at my favorites, as I hover over the pages that I have favorited, you might notice this little icon right here, the box icon with the arrow. As I look at that, I can click on that little box, and what that does is it opens that favorited page in a new tab. So I'm still on the page I was previously on here on this tab, but it opens that new favorite in a new tab for me to do what I need to do. Again, nice feature that PowerSchool has added to their favorites, allowing you to look at what you need to maybe on this favorited page, but then quickly go back to what you were previously working on. Also, with the favorites, you may notice how I have I have one item here, grayed out. This page that I have favorited, that I have grayed out, GPA info for student screens. This page is grayed out because it is a building level page. Again, right now I'm in the district office. So all of my favorites that I'm able to look at and click to go to are district level pages. If I switch to a building, so if I go to Meta High School, and I had my favorites pinned open, so again, it's going to stay open here, I can now see that GPA info for student screen is now clickable for me to access. Likewise, you'll see now code sets and GPA calculation methods that I just favorited at the district office. Those are district level pages, meaning the items that you do on those pages are only accessible at the district office. So again, you'll notice when you see those grayed out favorited pages, you're not able to click on them because you are in either the building or the district office level. But here, again, if we switch back to the district office, you'll see again that update accordingly. So again, any of your favorite pages, it's a quick way to get to where you're going. You can simply click on it to take you directly there, or you can use your box icon to pop out and open in a new tab if you wanted. If you are on a page and you don't want to have it favorited anymore, you simply click the blue icon and it removes it from your favorites. You can remove it that way, or you can manage your favorites and remove it as we showed. You can delete. When you are on a page, again, we said you can click the star with the plus. If you have your favorites menu pinned open, you'll see here at the bottom, there's also a way to favorite your page by clicking here. And again, it opens that pop-up modal for you to pick. It kept my fee category, but because I didn't have any other pages listed, it removed that category. Now, if I add my fee categories back, I will see both the fees main category and then the fee category page have been added back. One thing we do want to mention with favorites, again, we're in our train database and you see 1 star here. When you are logged into your own district, your own environments, you may see 2 stars on the navigation, blue navigation bar. One of them will be larger and one of them will be slightly smaller. There's not much of a size difference, but you will be able to see that one is smaller than the other. The big star is PowerSchool's favorites, what we are reviewing right now and what we recommend that you use. The old star is a meta customization that was available in the catalog, and its purpose served the same purpose as PowerSchool's favorites, where it bookmarks your most used pages. Because the meta customization functionality is the same as PowerSchool's favorites that they have just introduced, the meta customization, it will be sunset, meaning it will be removed from the catalog because PowerSchool now has added that functionality. So the meta customization does not need to be duplicated having 2 stars on your navigation bar. So just wanted to point that out. If by chance you're wondering in your own district, if you see 2 stars, that may be why. So that little star is set to be sunset at the back to school release sometime after September. If you see 2 stars, you'll no longer see that. All right, any questions about favorites? Okay, I don't think so. We'll go ahead and keep moving on. I am going to go ahead and unpin my favorites just so I can see some more of the page here as we talk about the next areas. One thing I believe Kim and Stephen both have mentioned, the Meta logo in the upper left-hand corner, you can always click on that to go back to your start page. But one thing we will be talking about here in a bit, we want to point out I'm on the fee categories page, and I can see that I found the fee categories page in the district management category. It's blue here where the other icons are not, the other categories are not. If I click on that, I can see fees and fee categories is where I'm at. So with this category system, I can go to the start page if I wanted to search for students. I could find them here and search for students that would take me back to the start page. Or likewise, again, you can click that Meta logo in the upper left-hand corner. You'll find in PowerSchool there's sometimes more than one way to get around. So we want to try and point all of those ways out to you, and as you navigate, you'll find what works for you. Next, what we're going to talk about on our start page is this quick data menu. And I am going to switch to one of our other train boxes to show you this quick data menu because in our training database right here that we are in, that you are logged into, school has not started yet. It's not in session. One of our other training databases, we have it set up that school is still in session. And you'll notice when I switch over, currently right now, we have no information displaying here in our quick data. So when I pop over to this other environment, now you can see what it would look like on an in-session day. Right now, I'm at the high school, but I am going to flip to the district office to start there and show you. At the district office, in the quick data menu, you're able to view at a glance information in various sections, categories. And the first one at the district office level is at-risk students. At-risk students. This is, again, a summary of students who are at some risk, moderate risk, and high risk. And these are defined at the district level. So at the district level, you would set up, or a district leader would set up parameters for what constitutes an at-risk student. And those, for example, are usually based on grades and attendance. If a student has certain grades or a certain percentage of attendance, that they would fall into one of these at-risk categories. So based on those parameters set at the district level, you would see that information here displayed. And you can see, as I hover over my column of information, I can see 1271. So that's 1,271 students with some at risk. Moderate, very slightly. If I hover, I can't quite grab it, but if I hover over my high, you could see those numbers at a glance. You can also, this blue hyperlink, you can click to view those. Again, this is for the district. We are at the district level. We can see those at-risk students. And again, here's our breakdown of those numbers that we hovered over. You can filter your results listed on this page. You can see right now we're looking at the high at-risk students, but you can click on your other tiles to view the information. Right now, we're filtering it by student name. You can see it's in alphabetical order, but you have options to look, again, at the district level. we're at the district level. So maybe we just want to see the high school students. You could select school name, apply, and it would update your information. You could add filters as needed to review this information, as well as the blue hyperlink to the student's name that would take you to their pages. So that is the at-risk tile. The section right below at-risk is the incident count. So the incident count, again, gives you information. You can see how many incidents by month, and it's displayed on this graph here. We're not going to go in depth with incident count. This is because incident count displays information. Again, this is a training data box, so we see information that we've set up here. But in your district, you may not see anything in incident count, even when the school starts, and that is because not in the state of Ohio, we do not use incidents to report behavior issues. We use log entries instead. Some districts use a third-party vendor instead of PowerSchool's log entry. But again, our Ohio schools are not currently using incident management within PowerSchool. So you, again, likely will not see information listed here, but we did want to show what that looks like. So again, we're at the district and we see our at-risk and our incident count. When we flip to our high school, we see an additional tile added, and that will be our attendance taken tile. So again, you'll still see at-risk and incident, but now at the building, you'll see attendance. Attendance is taken at the building, so the information regarding attendance, any summary information, that would be visible at the building. So that is why we see that at a building level. So we can see quickly here, right off the bat, 79%. What this is telling us is 79% of our teachers have taken attendance. And so not as of right now, as of 11:07. So again, this is a high school building. So they probably have periods throughout the day. So as of 11:07, this is the attendance that has been taken. So this is a quick summary, but maybe if we wanted a little bit more detail, we can click on View Attendance. And when we click on View Attendance, we can see, again, which teachers have taken attendance. It will default to today. We can see it's today. And you can show sections excluded from attendance. The default is going to be no, because when you're looking at attendance information, if you have a section set up to be excluded from attendance, you probably don't want to see if that teacher has taken attendance because it's been excluded. But if you wanted to, you could toggle that to yes. You can also see we have the information, the teachers' names that are listed here. Currently, they're listed alphabetically, but we could resort it by attendance taken first or no attendance taken first. So again, we have some options there. And how do we want to show our information? Right now, it's defaulted. It's showing us all of the teachers and the attendance that they've taken. We could pick which teachers have completed their attendance, taken their attendance, and which teachers have incomplete attendance. So again, you have some options here as you're looking at attendance. But when you see their names listed here, we saw we had 79% of attendance taken. As you can see, we've got some red and yellow and green with the teachers' names letting us know quickly. Green with the check mark, that means that this teacher has taken all of their attendance to this minute. So again, now we're at 11:09, but as of right now, this teacher has taken attendance in all of the classes that they have been teaching in. The yellow with the caution icon, if we click on that, we can see that this teacher took attendance in the first period, but hasn't taken it yet in the second period. So they have partial attendance taken, which is why that is yellow. So they have some, but not all of their attendance taken. And if we look at the red, we can see this teacher has not taken any attendance yet at all. So again, if your task in your building has to do with attendance, you can, this might be a page that you frequent often. You may have come to this page and you want to see the teachers who have incomplete attendance as of right now. So you could click on that radio button, click submit to resort your page, and maybe you could send a quick email to all of these teachers. Hey, friendly reminder, it's time to take your attendance. You could do that if you wanted. Like you'll notice right here at the top, we're defaulted to today. But if you needed to see a week ago, if you needed to see who submitted attendance last week, you can click a past date and take a look at, again, all of the teachers that took attendance for the day a week ago, or whichever day you pick. Okay. With the quick data tiles, again, this gear icon right here is a way for you to hide the information you do not want to see. Again, our Ohio districts don't use incidents, so you may want to uncheck mark this so you don't see incidents anymore. You only want to see attendance or at-risk students. Or maybe you just want to see attendance. You can click it again to display what you want to see. And if you don't want to see any of it, you would like to see more of your start page, you can click your gear icon to hide all of those. Any question on the quick data tiles? All right, I'll go back to Train 02, which is where you are as well. And I'm going to go ahead and close those here now that we're done talking about that. All right, we are now going to talk about the daily bulletin. So you can see we have on our start page, we have all of our search information up here for when we're doing student or staff or contact searches. And we'll go through those searches here shortly. But underneath that, you'll see this daily bulletin, and you see it's listed as today. So sometimes within your districts, parents maybe they don't go out to the school website a lot, but maybe they log into their parent portal on a regular basis to view their students' grades or their attendance or see whatever other information might be available in the portal. This is a way in PowerSchool for you to create a bulletin, a daily bulletin within the portals in PowerSchool, including your parent student public portal. When we are in our admin portal here, and again, we're on our start page, this is where we can see our daily bulletins. And again, you see it's for today. Over here on the right-hand side, we have a calendar icon. So this calendar icon allows us to look at any date in the past if we wanted to see if there were daily bulletins for previous dates or last year, or we could search in the future. We could set something up in the future and have it set so we could see that if we select the day and view it. But you'll notice as I scroll through here, today is the 30th, and we see some blue days listed here. Currently, we have an announcement, and we have it set to be displayed throughout all of these blue days. So that's what you'll notice when you see the blue. One of the other items you see is a gear icon, and this is what you will click to view and set up your daily bulletins. We are in a training database. You're logged into the training database. So as we go along with the daily bulletin setup, we encourage you to follow along and create one as well. So we're going to go ahead and click this gear icon. And again, this is going to take us to our daily bulletin setup page. This is where, again, we're looking at all of our active bulletins that we currently have set up. If we click on this preview bulletin right here at the bottom, Again, it just gives us a preview of that bulletin that we already have set up to be displayed today. From here, same, we can click on our calendar icon. If we wanted to see a past bulletin, we could edit this bulletin by clicking edit, or we could create a new bulletin item by clicking create new. So that's all done. View bulletin, but you can also, again, there's multiple ways to do things. You can edit a bulletin as you come to this page simply by clicking that blue hyperlink of the date. When I click that, it opens up this daily bulletin that has been created. From here, I can see the information, the date range of how long we want this bulletin to appear, our target audience, admin users, teacher users, public users. So with this target audience, you can see how it's listed here. If you select admin users will be the only one to see this bulletin. If you click teacher users, teachers will be able to see it in their teacher portal, and admin users will be able to see it in the admin portal. If you click public, the public portal, which is the student and parent portal, they will be able to see the bulletin, as well as teachers and admin. So again, this is a hierarchy here of who's seen it. Admin users will always see created bulletins. Teachers will see teacher bulletins, and then public will see the public bulletins. Teachers will see the public bulletins. Admin will see the public. Again, that's how that works. Sort order, if you have multiple bulletins being displayed at one time, you can decide which one you want to be displayed first, second, third by ordering them here with a number. And you can see you can give your bulletin a title, and you can type in your message here. Now, with this message, similar to the custom sign-in message, you have options for HTML preferences, meaning you can bold items. If you're familiar with HTML coding, you can use that, as well as there is options here to, again, bold or underline. If you type your message and you want a word bolded, that is how you would do that. If you want a heading, you can, again, select your item, and here's some heading choices. So again, you can display it as you need. There is a section here, Spanish. This is if your district localizes PowerSchool through localization. There is quite a bit of setup that would need to take place for localization with languages, but if that is something that your district does, they can advise you at this point how you would enter the information for Spanish. But I went ahead and collapsed that just by clicking that caret. And then once you enter your information, you would hit submit. Now, this was a daily bulletin that was already set up, so I'm not going to save my changes. I'm going to go back. And again, here is the daily bulletin. But this is where now you can create your own daily bulletin, following what we just went through. So again, we encourage you here in the training database to go ahead and click that new blue plus button. And again, pick your date ranges, your portal that you want to see the daily bulletin displayed in. Do you want your message to be before the message previously, or do you want it to be last? You can order it accordingly. You can give your bulletin a title, a simple message, and then click the blue submit at the bottom. So again, this is a way for, again, for announcements to kind of be displayed for various PowerSchool users. Again, very helpful with the parents who don't always go to the website for announcements. They're not in the school building to hear the daily announcements over the loudspeaker. So again, it's a nice way to get those messages across. You'll also see this show all bulletin items, including expired items. You can click on that link and it will open up expired or all bulletins that have been created. So you can see various messages that have been bulletins that have been created. Maybe you want to repurpose one of those, maybe schedules for last year. It's almost time for schedules this year. So you could click on that. You could review the information and just update your date. So we could make that the same message applies. Maybe we want to, again, have the same information sent out via bulletin. We just wanted to change, we just need to change the date. So we scroll down, click submit. And now we can see on our daily bulletin tab, we see the schedules and the open house. And then I see some others are creating. That's great. We encourage you to do that and play around here in the training database. This is, again, a good way for announcements to go out to families. If you want to delete a bulletin, you can click it open. And oops, jumped around. There is a delete button here at the bottom. But again, once the bulletin has ran past its expired date, or its end date, not an expired date. Once it becomes August 10th, this bulletin will no longer display. It's nice to have the past bulletins in there rather than delete them, because again, you can repurpose them year to year for various messages that you might on a regular basis send out. Parent-teacher conferences, open house, welcome back, all of those messages that tend to get sent out each and every year. All right, any questions about daily bulletins? We're gonna go back. I love seeing those here, and if we go back to our start page, that we'll get to see what those bulletins look like. So that's great, playing with some of the headings and some of the fonts and bolding. Again, play around here in the training database. We highly recommend that. Okay. I think that Kim is going to share next with student searches. So I'm going to stop my share so she can share, and we are going to start with our student searches.
Okay, so let's go back to our start page here. Okay, and right now I'm gonna stay in the district office for right now. We are just gonna do some basic searches to start off with. Stephen kind of went a little bit into some searching earlier today, but we're gonna do some more expanded searching throughout this the training. So the last name is the most common search for a single student. So you can see here that I'm in my students search menu. I do have this drop down, remember, where you can see your staff and your contacts. We're going to stay in the students right now. And I'm just going to start typing a last name. And you can see that in my search for Smith, I get all these different Smiths that are in our training environment. Again, and I know Stephen touched on this a little bit, but the blue highlighted students are our active students, and the gray students are our inactive students. I do have my profile set to include those active students, so I am going to see those active student or those inactive students here. A good reason why you would want to include those inactive students is that you might be looking for a student that you maybe want to re-enroll in your district. If you do that for your district, you can see that that student's been here before, but they are not active, so that you don't maybe enroll a duplicate student. So that is one good reason why to have those inactive students included in your search. So from here, I can choose one student, or I can choose a group of students to work with. So right now I'm going to choose my first, I don't know, 3 or 4 students to work with here by clicking the plus sign over here to the right. And I'm just going to work with our first 4 students. You can click on that plus sign. You can see here that it adds down here to the current student selection. And I'm just going to go click my, oops, you know what I did? I did that. Okay. You see down here that it adds my current student selection of 4. These students are going to remain in my selection until I either clear my search or I sign out, I log out. So these are my current student selections of 4. At this time, I can click on any of these students and just view them one by one. So right now I'm going to click on my Allison Smith. And the reason I did that is because I wanted to show you up here in our carousel at the top left here. Those 4 students remain in my selection. Again, they'll remain in my selection until I clear those out. I'm going to go back to my student search, and we're going to go through this student carousel here in a little bit. I'm going to go back to my start page, and you'll see that those students will remain as my selection. Now, sometimes I do want to make this clear. Sometimes you'll do a student selection and then you'll go back here and maybe look for a staff member or a contact name, and you'll put in a name and you'll say, wonder why that staff member isn't showing up. Well, again, you have that student selection chosen. Okay. There are other ways that you can look for students and in contacts and staff. I'm going to go ahead and clear this out for a second. And I'm going to go back up here. I'm still looking under my student selection. And then in the next column here, you'll see the word all. It's defaulted to the word all to look up all students or all students. So right now I want to look up a student's first name. Say I don't know the student's last name. I just want to look up a student's first name. I can go here under students, look up student's first name. And if I start typing Sarah, you will see that there's not a smart search associated with that first name. The smart search is associated with the last name only. So when I look up the word Sarah, I need to go over here to my magnifying glass or click enter, and I will see that my student selection now is with all the Sarahs. I have 51 Sarahs within my search. Okay, there are other options up here as well. So if I'm going to clear all that, say I want to look up grade level. Okay, I can look up the grade level here. And I can go over here to my next column and I can select the grade level that I'm looking for. So I'm going to choose my kindergartners. And I'm going to go over here, click on my magnifying glass, and it brings up 420 kindergartners that are in my search. Now, if I go up here and I choose grade level, again, you do not see grade level offered. Okay, so you can only search, if you're doing your search this way, you can choose one grade level at a time. If I want to choose, say, my kindergartners and my first graders, I can do that together. And it will bring up all of my kindergarten and first grade. So you would need to go back, if you want 2 grade levels, you'd need to go back and search those grade levels together. Another option is your state student number. A lot of people that work with the state records, with EMIS and so on, may need to look up that state student number. That is an exact match. that will not give you a smart search just by starting to type a couple numbers. That'll have to be an exact match for your state student number. So again, you have the last name, you have the first name, you have some options here. On the date of birth, it does require that year. You can do an equal to, you can look up students that are greater than, 2005, less than 2005, and so on for your student search. Okay. I'm going to switch back to all here. I'm going to choose my kindergartners again. So I'm going to go to grade level. I'm going to go into my kindergartners, and I'm going to look those kindergartners up. And I know Stephen also touched with you on this, but there's this expand here at the bottom. And if you expand that, you can see all 420 of your kindergartners down here. That may be important to you. A lot of times you want to save some of your space here on your start page so that you can see more, and you won't use that expand button. Okay. So I have all my 420 kindergartners here. And if you can see down here, I can select a certain student or students by hand. So if I click on my select by hand, I have the option of selecting just a few students from here. Maybe I just want to select these first 4 or 5 to work with. Okay. Once I select those students, I can update my selection, and my selection will just become those first 5 students that I chose. All right. You can see up here above your current student selection that I have chosen my grade level kindergarten, and I've only selected 5 of them by hand. If I want to go back to select just my kindergarten, I can delete that selection of 5, and it will give me that current 420 selection of kindergartners there. Okay. Let's do another search. And I encourage you, again, as we do these searches, especially through the searches, that you are going in, playing around, trying to find the students different ways by using this search up here, by using the different categories of the searches. If I go to grade levels 10 and 11, and I'm going to search those grade levels 10 and 11. We're going to see how many students we have in here. We have 919 students. Okay. If I wanted to just reveal the male students out of the 919, I could go back here under my student search, click on gender, click on the male only. And I would have 467. These are all my male grade level 10 and 11 students. Okay. You can also pick your students if you want by these hyperlinks up here. So you have all of your grade levels listed. You can pick all your students from here, but you have all of your grade levels listed here. So if you wanted to pick your grade level 10 students and then do another expanded search by using gender, date of birth, last name or so on, you can also do that as well. You can just, and I think someone had a question about this earlier, you can choose last name from your alphabet up here. If you only wanted your M students, say you were a secretary that maybe worked with all students from M to Z, and another secretary worked with all students from A to L. You can start with your M's here, and you can choose your M students, work with those. Your N students, work with those, and so on. It's just a little bit of extra clicks when you search for your student by using this up here, when you're looking at grade level or you're looking at the alphabet. Okay, I'm just going to switch over here. I'm going to go back up here. I'm going to switch over to a building here for a minute. I'm going to go to our middle high school. I'm going to stay in our 23-24 year because that's what we have data in. And when we're talking about searches, PowerSchool is just a giant database of information. All the data that's entered into PowerSchool goes into a field. So when you think of it like that, we're going to think of it like a drawer in a file cabinet with files within each of those drawers. So all these fields that you enter are student fields. They're core PowerSchool fields. So you can see down here after our alphabet, after our grade levels, you can see there are some other hyperlinks here where you can look up student searches. Right now, we're going to look at view field list under the student searches. So if you click on view field list, there will be all these student field names that are associated with our students in our database. And don't worry, you don't have to memorize these. You don't have to remember, oh, I put in, basketball 7. You can use your filter here at the top. And for this example, I'm going to actually use football. I can just start typing in football. It gives me all the student field names that may be associated with a student that includes the word football. Okay. So again, there's lots of other things. I'm just using football as one of my examples of ways that you can search students that maybe are associated with football. Okay. We are going to look up activity, sports, boys varsity football. I'm going to click on whichever one I want to look up. And if you remember, right, when we first started this training, I showed you an example of some comparators, some search examples. I'm just going to go up to my tabs here, and I'm going to show you some of our search examples that we may use when searching for students. Okay, some of these comparators, we're going to work with these next. Some of these comparators are pretty crucial when you're trying to find a certain group of students. So you may want to refer back to this. I use this all the time when I'm searching for students. And so you may even, want to have it open, want to have it printed, whatever. All right, I'm going to go back to our student search. So I'm looking for all of my boys varsity football students. Okay, and I'm going to use the comparator, this hashtag or number sign that means does not equal. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and I'm going to use my hashtag number sign does not equal, and I'm going to leave that next space blank. So all of my activity, boys football varsity, does not equal blank. So all of these students have varsity football attached to them in a student field. I'm going to click on that magnifying glass, and I get 141 boys football varsity team players. Somehow, and I'll show you where, this student field is associated with these students. So I'm just going to show you this, even though this is something that you'll get into a little bit later. It's not a basic, it's not something basic here, but it's how I attached this to the student. I just want you to know how it's attached. That way you would know how to associate it to the student. I'm just going to go into Andrew Adams. I'm going to go into Andrew's courses and programs here on the left. And you'll see that he has extracurricular activities under his registration profile. And you'll see that I have him marked under his extracurricular activities as sports boys football varsity. That's how that is associated with that student and with all those, the 141 students that I have within my search. Okay, I just wanted to, that's kind of a little side note, but I just wanted to let you know how that's associated. All right, so I go back to my start page, go back to my search. It stayed on the search because I didn't log out. I didn't clear those out. So my search of those students remained the same. Okay. Now, there is another way. If you don't have the document and you don't remember what your comparator might be, there is another way that you can look up what kind of comparator you may want to use. I'm going to go back and I'm going to view that field list again. I'm going to go back and I'm going to find my football again. Okay. And over here to the right, you can see that there is a question mark. If you click on that question mark, it's going to bring you to the PowerSchool system help. And if you scroll down, you will see the list of those comparators. Okay. So if you're in a bind and you just don't know, how to get those students to come up, you can always refer back to this PowerSchool help and it will help you find those comparators. And then, it does have some other interesting basic information about searching. Okay, so let's talk about some more comparators. Let's try to do a search of, I'm going to take that search out. And we're going to search for let's search for our students that are male students. Okay. And say we want to do male students that are, we're going to say greater than grade 9. So we don't want our freshmen included in here. So we're going to go up here and we're going to do grade level. Oops, nope, can't do that. Sorry about that. This is where you do the view field list. There's a couple different ways you can do this. You can start typing in grade level, and you'll see that grade level appears here in your student field name. You can choose grade level, and I'm going to use my comparator greater than 9. Okay, so now I have all my current male students that are grade level greater than 9. Another way that I can do that is I'm going to keep my gender male students. I'm going to go up here to my line and I'm going to start typing in grade. And you can see that those student field names will appear as you start typing them. You can choose that grade level from here. Again, put your comparator in, whatever you're searching. And you can get your search, your final search results by doing it that way as well. Now, by doing it that way, obviously, it would be a staff member that has maybe worked in the system a little while and knows what some of those student field values are. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and clear out those, and we're going to do some more searches here. Say we want to know all of the students that have an address of Main Street. Okay, we're going to go back down to our student field list, our view field list. We're just going to type in street. Okay, here's mailing street, parent street. I'm going to use mailing street right now because I want to know what their mailing address, their mailing street. I want to know all the students that have a mailing street of the word containing May. Okay. Comparator. I'm going to use the word contains Maine. And you'll see all of these students there's 14 students whose mailing street address contains the word Maine. If I click into one of those students, and I'm going to go to their demographics, you could say that their mailing address right here contains the word Maine. So my student selection was correct. So again, I encourage you, go through, take a minute to just do a couple searches using view field list, use some of the comparators, use your drop downs here for your student search, use these to play around with. Do this in this train database because like we said earlier, it's not going to hurt anything. Okay, so take a few minutes and do that. I am going to move along just, for the purpose of getting through our training today. But you can actually follow me, or you can do, some of your own searches at the same time. Okay. I want to show you a couple, I'm going to show you a couple, just another comparator that I use often, and that is the wildcard comparator. You can use it, it's actually a wildcard search. So if you start searching a student who's maybe you don't know the full last name, we're going to look for a student whose name ends with the letters T-O-N. So maybe like a Hamilton, it's something like that, but you're not exactly sure. You can go ahead and go students. I'm going to just start. I know that it's going to look for my last name I know I want to look for the last name of my student. And I'm going to look for, oops, that's not what I want to do. I know I want to look for all my students. I know I want to look for last name. I'm going to start typing last name, or I could go to my view field list and I could type in last name. I know using my comparator, I want it to equal something that ends with T-O-N. My wildcard is searching for any information. This is the wildcard example, is your @ sign. I know I want the last name to end with T-O-N. So right here, I'm looking for last name equals something, my wildcard, before the letters T-O-N. If I do that search, oops, what did I do wrong here? Last name equals at T-O-N. There we go. Typed in there something wrong last time. I've got 45 students whose last name ends in T-O-N. I can also use this for first name. If I know the first name, but I don't know the last name, I can start typing first name, or I can look it up in my view field list. I can do equals say I want to look up all students that I know the first name starts with CH, but I don't know the rest of the name. I can use my wildcard to look up the rest of the letters, the rest of the name. And you can see you'll get your drop down here. Or I can press my enter or my magnifying glass and get my student search down here. So when you get your student search, you'll see that I have 31 students whose first name begins with CH. I know I said earlier that you may have a secretary in your building that maybe works with students from A through L, another secretary that works with students, M through Z. You could choose students by looking up last name. And you could use your comparator of less than, and you could use the letter N or M. I think I said M actually. Enter. And I have 774 students from A through M. And those are my group of students that I'm going to work with each day. Maybe for attendance, maybe for, health related issues, whatever it is. So again, play with those comparators. That wild card is important when you don't know names of students. When you're working with a group of students, use that greater than, less than, and try to find the alphabet that you are, and you can get that group of students and only work with that group of students, for attendance or whatever purpose it is that you're wanting to work for. You'll learn probably as you go through the best way for you to search. So again, some people just want to click on that grade level up here and then maybe do another search that filters out that current selection of 10th graders. Okay. I know that we have been doing some compound searches. I haven't said that word yet, but compound searches would be when you are searching for maybe for that grade level, and then you want to elaborate to whatever it is that you need for that student. So if you need that grade level 10 and you only want those males, you're doing a compound search. You're doing 2 searches within one to find the group of students that you're looking for. I'm going to do another example of one of those compound searches. A lot of times you want to look up your students that maybe that have a disability for whatever reason. You can go to this view field list. Because I don't know what I want to, because I'm not sure what the student field name is called, I'm going to go ahead and just start typing disability. Okay. I have this disability field name here. And I'm going to use that to perform my search for the students with the disability. Okay. All disability fields are coded by numbers. So we search for that field with the comparator, okay, of greater than 0. I know that I want to know that my students with a disability, I know it has to be a comparator that's greater than 0. Okay. I get that student. And then I want to go and I want to search for just those males. And I can do gender equals M because I know that this field value is M for males. And I have 164 students with a disability that are gender male. Okay. Sometimes we have inactive students that we need to search for. There is a / that we can put in front of students. So if we're looking for a specific student, Smith, and we want the inactive students to be in our selection, if you put a / in front of that, and you make that selection, you will see that I have 20 results here. When I just choose Smith, it does show these inactive students, but when I click on the result of my Smith students, I only get 7 when I do not put that / in front. So if you want those inactive students to show up in your current student selection, if you put that / in front of that, that will show all students containing the last name Smith that are active and inactive. You will see here that some of these students are graduated students that have a grade level of 99. Okay, that's the inactive students, but it is showing in your current selection because you use the / the inactive notice that you want those to you want the result to show those in your current student selection. A lot of people want their inactive students to show if they're looking for maybe pre-registered students. Okay. I want to look up what my enroll status. And again, I can look it up here because I know the name, or I can look it up in my view field list. Okay. And I know that a -1, a -1 is my pre-registered students. I know that is associated with my pre-registered students. I want to look up my inactive. I don't know why that enroll status. I'm just going to start over here. I'm just going to type enroll status here. I want my inactive students. And I know that my inactive students, again, are -1 as my pre-registered students. And I don't have any pre-registered students in this database, but those would show as my current selection. I know that my number 2 means transferred out in my system. So if I look up at my enroll status equals 2, those are my transferred out students. And that gives me the current selection of my transferred out students. Again, if I chose to choose choose this selection without the inactive, it would only show my active students. Another search is some alerts. You can show that a student has maybe a medical alert on them. If I start typing alert, I can see all these different alerts here. And at this time, I want to look up my medical alert. I want to see if there is an alert attached to a student. So I know, again, just like those activities fields, like the football field that we looked up earlier, it was attached to the student under the extracurricular activity. The medical alert may be attached to a student under their health medical. So if I do that hashtag, remember, does not equal, I want all the students with an alert. So I'm going to say alert medical does not equal blank. I have nothing there. These are my students that have medical alerts attached to them. If I look at my student, we're just going to look at Andrew Adams here. I'm going to show you, and we're going to go through alerts later, but I will show you up here, this student has this medical alert up here at the left hand corner. Okay. So my student, Andrew Adams, has a medical alert. I searched for all my students with medical alerts. And I know it is right around noon. Stephen, do you want me to continue? There's only a few more searches to get through. Do we want to continue and then have lunch, or do we want to come back?
Sorry, I was looking for my unmute. I would say if it's about 5 minutes, why don't we just finish up the searches so we could have a more natural break, and then we'll take 30 minutes from that moment.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Does that sound good? Okay.
That sounds good to everyone. Okay. So there's just a couple more searches that I want to go through just to show you. There is a search with called an asterisk search. You're searching here for, you're looking for something with a little more than just a field value. And you may have noticed this when we chose the view field list. If I put in an asterisk here, you'll see there's other students' search codes. And you'll see here a number of ones with asterisks. This gives you many, many opportunities to go through. A lot of elementaries use this for maybe birthday searches. So if you wanted to search students with a particular birthday, on today or greater than or less than a certain day, you could choose that. So I'm going to show you, we'll just start with that one. So if you do birthday and you do equals to, we can do 7/17. Okay. I don't want to put a year in there because I want to know everybody who has a birthday in my Meta High School that's on July 17th. Okay. I have 5 students who have birthdays that are on 7/17. So again, a lot of your elementary schools will use those. If you want to look for a range of birthdays, I can go back here to my view field list. I can put in that asterisk. I can look up that birthday. And maybe I want to do a birthday is greater than or equal to, we'll say 10-1. But I want to only do it for October. If I want to do this, I can compound my search, and if I put a semicolon between there, I could do another asterisk search. And I can do less than or equal to, we'll say 1031. So here I'm looking for all of my birthdays that are greater than or equal to 10-1, and also, including that semicolon, all of my birthdays that are less than and equal to 1031. So I'm looking for all of my birthdays just in the month of October. And I can find that by using a search like that. Some other ones that are listed in those asterisk searches. If you are involved in scheduling in any way, this is a very good resource to come to find your students that maybe has completed a course or has not completed a course. You may want to look at students who are currently enrolled in a course. When you do this, if you use your currently enrolled in, you would need that course number. As of is another really good one for any of any secretaries or administrators that want to look up enrolled students. You can look up students enrolled as of a certain date. So you can click on the as of, do equals, maybe your start date is May 23rd. You can do recommended date as of May 23rd, 2024, gives you all students who are enrolled as of that date. Okay. So again, play around in your asterisk searches. Those give you a wide range of codes that you can look up various items. I kind of skipped over this earlier, but include remote enrollments, which is right above here in your above your view field list. These are students who may be enrolled in one of your buildings, but might be taking a course in another building. So for example, a middle schooler that is taking maybe an Algebra 1 course in the high school building. When you're looking up these students, if you include your remote enrollments, it's going to include those in your active search. So if I'm looking up, I'm just going to look up grade level is less than 9. And I'm going to mark that box, include remote enrollments. I have 3 students. Oops. I have 3 students that are remote enrolled from the middle school, grade level less than 9, that are maybe attending an algebra class or whatever in the high school. You do need to remember, when you are finished with that search, make sure that you unclick this. If you do not unclick this, it will continue to include those remote enrollments. So if you don't want those included, then you'll need to unclick that. Now, when you log out, it will unclick it. It will remove it as a default. But when you're working in here, you may just want to remember that you do have that included. Are there any questions regarding the searches for students, any of the comparators? Again, I feel like this is something that you need to get in. You need to play around with it. You need to maybe, if you're an attendance secretary, you need to maybe get in there and, search for students that you think that might, some of your searches that might be necessary that you're going to do every single day. And I know Stephen is going to, after lunch, talk about stored searches. And those searches can be saved for you so that you don't have to put in that long search every day. Those are just stored searches that you can look up and use every day, depending
Kim, we
on.
do have a good question in the chat.
Mhm.
I want to clarify before we go to break here regarding the does not equal that. So hashtag #, whatever you want to call it. That one, somebody asked in the chat earlier. I'll read her question and then we'll address that. Why do you search does not equal, which is the hashtag symbol, for something you're looking for instead of equals? Like when we did the medical alert. So I just want to clarify because I started to answer it in the chat and I may have confused with my answer. I may have confused more than I helped. So I just wanted to say it out loud. The Kim, can you type in that alert medical one that you had earlier?
Yep, I was just going to do
And then
that.
put that little # in there. Okay. So what we have right here is does not equal, and then we leave what's after it blank. So what we're saying essentially is does not equal blank, is not blank. And sorry if I confused the point with the text that I put in the chat. The symbol itself, you're right, does mean does not equal. And because we've left that value blank, that's what's happening. We could put something in there, but the way to find any student with a medical alert would be does not equal blank. I'll give another example on a way we could use this. Kim, if you could find the field value, and I'll explain what this one is. It's one that I use a lot, and Kim and I are on the scheduling team within the Meta PowerSchool team. So this is one we use a lot. Find sched next year grade. All right. I'll make sure you remove that alert medical there at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. And then, so if you just but this is kind of the opposite now. Put in equals and just leave it blank. So I want to know all the students that are active in our system that do not have a next year grade. The next year grade is going to be very important if your building uses Power Scheduler, but also for all buildings as you roll over into the new year. So what happened in June is all school buildings rolled over into the new school year, the data and all that, and every student that's going to be in the building should have a sched next year grade on them. So if we click enter or the magnifying glass on this search, we will find 14 students don't have a next year grade level. Now, those grade level 15 students are probably unique to the system. But if you scroll down a little bit, you will see a 9th grader. Technically, Logan should have a next year grade. So that would be a good search to do to make sure. And that's in your district leaders have a list of checklists for throughout the year. One of the things they do look for at certain times of the year is for these blank field values where students should have data. Now, on the opposite end, going back to our hashtag or #, if you did a sched next year grade of is not blank, it would alternately list every student who does have a next year grade. They have a value in there, which is going to give you just about every student in the district with that one. But you could also, you could use this in different ways. So you could do, we always use the is not blank, but you could also say is not equal to 9, is not equal to 10. If I'm in my high school, it's just another way to look for students. Instead of looking for what it is equal to, you're saying, I want to find the students that this value is not equal to. So I want to find all the students that don't have a next year value of grade 9 or 12 or whatever. So yeah, so is not equal to, but we always use the blank one, which I know, I know because I remember that I was confused at the beginning when I first learned PowerSchool with that too. I think it confuses a couple of people every year on that one. Any other questions on searches before we break for lunch here? And you are welcome to bring your questions back after the break, of course. Okay, I don't see anything new in chat. What we'll do is we'll take a 30-minute lunch. So we'll be back here at 12:45 p.m. And we'll see you all then. Again, if you have questions when we come back, we can address anything we've covered in the morning, any questions you have from that. And we'll move on to stored selections and stored searches, as Kim mentioned, and then kind of working our way around the menu and group actions and along the left side menu as well this afternoon. So we'll see you in just a little bit. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So we spent a good portion of our morning learning how to navigate the start page, all the different pieces and parts, important places for you to go to find student data or other information about your system and within your system. A large focus on searches that last part of the morning. We're going to continue along those lines early this afternoon, just in some things that you can do with those student selections. So we're going to focus on a part of the menu right on our start page here for just a little bit. Stored searches and stored selections, which sound very similar. And a lot of people get confused between the two. So I want to elaborate on the differences, show you what each one could do for you. And we're going to test through some examples. I invite you to not only follow along, but if you're able to go ahead and create some of these while we're going through them. Feel free. And I'll walk you through some examples of what some stored searches currently are, some examples of what are currently in there, and we'll create some new ones as well. And I encourage you to do the same. All right. So I'm going to go into stored searches. Now, stored searches, I want you to think about as stored field searches. And the reason I say stored field searches is because the stored searches is going to be static parameters or fields, not a static student list. And what I mean is these searches won't get you the same exact students every time you run it year after year or anything like that, because it's looking at the field values. As Kim talked about earlier, any search includes a field name and a field value to tell you which of those students you need based upon the value in their fields. So I'm going to click into here, stored searches, and show you what I mean. Another thing about that you need to know right off the bat about these stored searches or stored field searches is that they are public for all. So I want to point out that I'm currently in Meta High School. I'm currently in the high school building. For what I'm going to do in the next little bit here, I just find works better once I'm in a building. So you're welcome to join me in the Meta High School. So we're looking at the same data together. And these are all the stored searches that have been created by any users in my system. So there are quite a few. Some have specific names, and I'll talk about some of these examples. Again, this is scrambled data, so it's just pulling names out of different databases that we have. Some start with a name. Notice that the list of these though is alphabetical. So if your name starts with a number, the name of your search starts with a number, it's going to populate right at the top. And then it's going to go through all the way from A to Z in terms of whatever the first letter is in your search name. You have the opportunity to name it. What we recommend is to give, when you create a search, because everyone else can see the same searches, we do recommend that you put your initials on the search name. And the reason we recommend that is so you can find your own. So a couple of reasons, actually. So you can find your own searches pretty quickly. And the other reason is so that others know whose search that belongs to. Could be useful information for you. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to click into this all high school students except full day DACC students, so Career Center students. I'm going to click into this one. There's two different types of hyperlinks on this page though, before I move forward. Clicking on the title allows me to edit not only the title, but also the field values that it's searching. The run search link over here will display on the start page all the students that meet that criteria. So using many of the types of searches that Kim was teaching you about before our lunch break, this is a way to use those searches and store the searches, if you will. Now I can, again, every search is going to include a field name and a field value. So this one utilizes one of those asterisk searches, those unique searches that aren't necessarily a field name, but it's basically giving you what is not in this case. So in this asterisk search is not enrolled in. Just like on your start page, you can click into the fields over here on the left and pick one. So I could add grade level here. And what I could do is I could put a semicolon here, or I could simply create a new line. And I could add a field value and a field name to this. So maybe I want to see students that are not enrolled in CCS in grade 12. This here is pointing to a course number. So this is a very specific search you may or may not use. I have found this search to be useful. It may not have been honestly the best one to start with, but it's the first one that I saw in the alphabet that I did want to describe. So it's all in the title what this is though. So I want to see all of my high school students except the ones, except the ones that are at the Career Center. And the way I designate students that are at the Career Center in my building is I enroll them in this holding course number CCS. So what I'm saying here is, and I'm going to take out this one. What I'm saying is here, show me every student that goes to school in my building, but don't show me the students who are enrolled in the DACC course, the holding course for CCS is what it's called. All right. The reason I gave you that example of the grade level is I wanted to show you that you can add on to this. So maybe I only want to see the seniors that are not at the Career Center in my building. So maybe I have to have a senior meeting one afternoon, and or maybe it happens once a month. Maybe it's a regular thing, and I meet with all my seniors once a month. So I need to know the seniors that currently attend school in my building. All right. So so I could change this, or I could leave it the same, but I'm going to go ahead and leave that. Now, when I run the search, it gives me all the students, all the seniors in my building that do not have a course number of CCS on their schedule. So again, that particular search is looking at their schedule. Now, if I return to that search and think, no, that's not exactly what I wanted. Okay, it looks like somebody changed it, and that's okay. So I invited you to go ahead and play around. That's fine. So I could take that out, submit, and I could run that search now for all students that attend school in my building that are not enrolled in the CCS course. So my number should go up significantly. So 1,600 students in my building that are not enrolled in the CCS course, right? Let's go through some more examples. We have some counselor names here. So these are my counselors, this one and Jamal, and I'm going to start with this one here. Maybe this particular counselor set up their own search so they could always refer back to this group of students. Again, this is not a static group of students. I just want to keep pointing that out. So once the kids' grade level all changes at the end of the year, or let's say a student goes through a last name change. Sometimes we have that, right? Students' last names change occasionally, probably rarely, but it does happen. They may not fall into this category anymore, which would cause them not to populate for this particular search. So this is using, again, static field names, not static group of students. The search will change depending on your enrollment. So as you have students transfer out, transfer in, roll over to the next grade level, this search is still looking at all of that. It's looking at the information as is in this moment in your system. So this counselor set up a search for the last name that they cover. So anything greater than the letter I, starting with the letter I in the last name, and anything less than RO, anything that starts with RO. And I like this one because notice they used that wildcard search that Kim pointed out earlier before the break. So any student who has a last name that begins with I and everything up until the beginning of the last name that begins with RO will be in this search, and it will include all students in the building because they said greater than or equal to grade level 9. Right. Now versus the next counselor, he has only grade level 9, and he has students who have a last name that begin with RO and beyond. So this is going to pull, and I'll run this one. This is, I anticipate this one will pull the 9th graders whose last name begins with RO all the way to the end of the alphabet. So I'm going to run that search. And just like searching from the start page, you're going to get the results based on, so we got Roberts, Robinson, Rodriguez, all the way down to Watson. And then notice down here, there's a page 2, unless we click expand. And we even have our Wood, Wright, and Youngs, okay, all the way to the end of the alphabet due to that search. The advantage of creating these stored searches is so that if you have a group of students, a type of student, let's say, based upon grade level or gender or disability status or gifted status or an activity they're involved in, or using our early example, maybe students who do attend the Career Center. You want a list of those at all times to a quick search. You can use this menu here to create any of those. So I'm going to go through maybe one more example, and then I'm going to show you how to create one. So the next one I'm going to look at is no courses scheduled. And this may be a good one as you come back to your building this time of year and you're looking for any student who has no classes on their schedule. Now, again, these are all searches you can do from the start page, but in saving them, you can always return to this page and complete that search from here, and it's always saved for you, so you don't have to type it in or search out for the field every time. The no courses scheduled is also using one of those asterisk searches, and it's saying number of classes equals 0. I could have said number of classes is less than 1 as well. It would do the same thing. But I want to find out if anybody at Meta High School as of this date has no classes on their schedule, because it probably means that there's been a mistake or it's a brand new enrollment that I haven't yet scheduled if I'm the person who does the scheduling. So I'm going to go back to my menu here. And I'm going to click on no courses scheduled, run search. It will take me to the start page again, and it'll show me if there's any students who have no courses scheduled. All right. So this student may be new to the building, maybe just was missed in the scheduling process, but now I know that he doesn't have any classes scheduled, and likely he will need something scheduled, either a holding course to say where he's going during his scheduled day, his school day, or an actual schedule for him to go along to in the building. Now I'm going to show you an example of one that I might create if I was working with a certain population of students in your building. I'm going to click on New. And you're welcome to create one yourself. And again, I do recommend putting your initials on the front. You can do that however you like in your own system, but that will help you find them much more quickly when you navigate to this page. Because if everybody in your building and in your district is creating these stored searches and you can see everybody's, which you will, then it's easier if you can find them quickly. And again, it may be useful for you to know whose is whose in your building, and you can use other people's searches, but I just wouldn't recommend editing someone else's search. Of course, there's also the opposite idea where if you're using someone else's search and it doesn't work based upon some code they've put in, you may fix it or let them know that it's not working and get an idea of what they were intending. All right. So I'm going to say IEP students, actually we'll go 10th grade IEP students. And in fact, we'll get even more, a little bit more granular. So male students on IEPs that are in the 10th grade only. I could use my field list, some of these that I know off the top of my head. So I could do, just start from the beginning. I could do grade level equals 10. And I don't know the exact field name for students on IEPs. That is a state field, but I do remember that it had the word disability in it. All right. Now, something to know about disability codes is that they're numbered. So any student that is identified to the state of Ohio with a disability has a number code on them, which is why when we showed you this earlier, we said greater than 0. Okay. So we want to do greater than 0 for the disability code, and that would mean that they are identified with a disability. The third search parameter I'm going to put is gender equals M for male because I wanted 10th grade IEP male students. So maybe this is a special population in my building that I work with as a counselor. So I'm going to click submit. And I will go down and find my initials here, SP, and 10th grade IEP male students, and I'm going to run that search. Now, if you run a search and you get 0 results, then you may have one of the field names wrong, or you may have gotten too specific in your search so that you have 0 results. It's happened to me, and I'm sure it could easily happen. So it's something to play around with, but think of those groups of students that you would seek out regularly, right? And what I like about this functionality here is that this population might change. You know, Andrew might be exited off of his IEP later this year. A new male 10th grader could be entered onto an IEP throughout this year, and this selection will change with those values on the students. All right. If Benjamin transfers out of the building, or is promoted to the 11th grade, let's say, he will no longer show on this stored selection because again, it's looking at those field values. I'm going to clear that search there. I'm going to go back to my page here. Again, some people put their full name at the beginning. You could use your initials. You don't even have to do that. Just a suggestion on a way to stay organized. As you can see, I have a couple more of those asterisk searches like no lunch seniors. Somebody in our system in a past has created special education groups for each of these various grade levels. Some of them categorized it by name, like juniors and seniors, or 10th through 12th grade, grade 8, 12 and up. 12 and up, that will capture those grade 13 and 14 students, students who are doing what we used to call option 23, or who have not graduated yet but chose to stay in the building to build their skills before they graduate. So just some ideas. Let's click on this medical alerts one, because that was one that came up earlier as well. So this one here, because it has first name, last name, alert medical, it looks like somebody was making a list of potential field names. But the most important thing here is that alert medical does not equal blank is selected. And again, this is one where I could add a grade level, a gender, or really any other. I could do is not enrolled in, or is enrolled in a certain course, things like that. I could do a letter of the alphabet if, it was maybe specific to a population that is served by a certain individual, anything like that. So maybe I take my freshmen on a field trip every month to go to the Career Center or a local college or something like that. And because I take them out of the building once a month or a couple times a semester, maybe it would be helpful to know every freshman student that has a medical alert. So I'm going to click on medical alert, and I would probably change that name to medical alert freshman, of course, if I was going to do that. But I can run that search. And any student that is a freshman in my building that is active and has a medical alert on them would appear in this selection. So quite a few of my freshmen have medical alerts. And Kim showed you that earlier, that we could confirm that that student is on medical alert. And I just want to point out again, so that we're saying is not blank. Now I could do the opposite and say medical alert equals blank, and it wouldn't show up anything. I could also do a just one more example on the medical alerts. Where was that? There it is. So 9th grade medical alerts, and I could instead say contains nut. So that's using a different search comparator. Instead of equals or is not equal to, that's another one we pointed out earlier, contains. So I need to know any of my freshman students that have some kind of nut or peanut allergy. And I can submit that. I can run that search, and I would expect that I'm going to have a different. Oh, it looks like, oh, I changed the name. That's right. So 9th grade medical alerts. And I'm going to have a different selection now, probably a much shorter list of students, right? Instead of 160, I'm down to 27. So 27 freshmen have the word nut, as in peanut or nut allergy, in their medical alert. So you can get pretty specific on some of these searches if you like. The last one I'm going to show you on here is athletic eligibility. Eligibility, there we go. And I'm going to once again use one of those asterisk searches. And this number of classes one is great. And I showed you this earlier with the student who had no classes, but I need to see all students who have less than 5 classes for, and I'll even put that tag on here. And so I'm going to run that, and this is going to show me if students have less than 5 on their schedule. Now, I will warn you, in this particular search, you're going to get the result of all those students that are set in a holding course, because if they go over to, in this building, if they go over to the Career Center, they're in a holding course called Career Center, let's say, or CCS as it was. And those students are coming up too. They may be fully scheduled for all I know. So you may want to add, is not enrolled in CCS to this search in order to take those kids out of your selection. But ideally, you're getting down to the kids who have less than 5 classes in your schedule. Any questions on stored searches, or what I'm calling stored field searches? They can be created by anybody. They're shared out to everyone. They're public. That's why we recommend putting your initials or some kind of tag so that you know it's yours or other people know that it's yours. And I don't recommend deleting them. I did want to show you actually one more thing while I'm in here, because something I noticed when I was going through some of these examples, and I found this an interesting use of this menu here. I added the words export list to these two because when I looked at them, I realized that these aren't actually stored searches, but they're just a list of field names. And again, I found this an interesting use of this menu because it looks like whichever building of ours this came from, it was someone's way of creating a list of frequently pulled field values and making a report, which we will show you this afternoon as well, how to take a set of field values and make a custom report based upon those field values. So it looks like they're just using this menu, in this case, as a storage for a report that they do frequently. Because unfortunately, every time you go and you export a report on that menu, we're going to show you a little bit later, it will refresh to the latest fields that you used. So again, they're just using this to store all these field names. And I saw they did that with the lockers as well. So maybe they do this at the beginning of a school year. So just an export list. It's not something you could run because they didn't put any field values in, because every search has to have a field name and a field value for each. Questions on those stored searches? I'm going to quickly make a selection. Actually, I'll come back to that. The next thing I want to show you is stored selections. Again, confusing verbiage here because they're so similar. Think of stored selections as stored student selections. These lists that we're going to go into next won't change based upon fields changing, such as their grade level or their anything, the activities that they're involved in, or their disability status or gifted status, or what they're enrolled in, for example. This is a way of creating a list of students that I want to come back to time and again, but it's those specific students every time I pull it up. So the best example I can think of with this one is in a district that I used to work in, every staff member, every certified staff member had an advisory group, and we had anywhere from 9 to 12 or 13 students that we worked with specifically. We would check in with them on occasion. We would meet with them once a month as a group. And maybe I would like to have a stored selection of those specific students so that I can just go to this menu here and I can pull up those specific students each time. Now, this does not take into consideration students who transfer in and out, so it doesn't automatically add anybody to your list. The students who are inactive will no longer populate when you do this search, but just to warn you, this stored selection is static results. The other difference is that it's not public unless you choose to share your stored selection. So you can keep it to just your account. So that makes it pretty different from this one over here. So the menu here looks very, very different. what you're going to do here is you're going to make your selection of students that you want to store, and you're going to give them a name. So I will return to the start page here in a few minutes after I talk through some of these things, and I will make a selection of students, and then I'm going to store them as a certain name. But let's look down here at the list we have. We only have one created right now, and these are students that do not have an email address. This is something that someone else created, it looks like, and you know, I'm not, what the purpose was, I'm not certain, but something that was useful to them and they thought would be useful to others. The reason I know that they thought it would be useful to others is because they published it. So a couple of these I'm going to touch on up here. By giving something a title while you have a selection of students, it would save that current selection and make that appear on your list down here. Notice that I'm being told that I have no selection of students, so there's nothing to save into a new selection. I can filter the search based upon the different lists I have built down here already. I can create a new selection based upon any of the records in the checkbox selections down here if I want to. So I can create based upon what's already in here. I can delete the checked selection. So if I no longer wanted this in here, then I could delete it. Or if this wasn't yet published, I could publish it for all users by submitting here and checkboxing that. And that's how I got the P. But let me go through an example of how this would work, and I'll go through two. So I'm going to go back to the start page. And I have a group of students that are seniors. And in my role at the building right now, let's say I've been tasked by the administrator of the high school to provide a list of students who could be the valedictorian this year, the highest ranking member of the 2025 graduating class. So what I can do, one way to do that, you know, because we haven't gotten into GPA searches or anything like that quite yet, but one way I could do that is I could go through, I know we've got a lot of students here, so I'm just going to pretend like I know exactly who they are. And I'm going to say, all right, that principal wants a list. He wants me to basically keep track of those students' grades who are our potential valedictorians right now. So I'm going to make my selection. I have 7 kids that are in the running for valedictorian. And now I'm going to click on that stored selections menu. Notice that I now have those 7 in my selection. It defaults to current selection, but I'm going to say 2025 potential valedictorians. And I can call this whatever I want. I could call it high ranking seniors or whatever, but I specified 2025 because remember, this isn't saying look in grade 12 and tell me who the highest GPAs are. I've handpicked these students based upon what I know about them. So again, it's a static student selection. And what I can do is I can save the current selection with this name. And now I have this list of students that are my potential valedictorians that I can come to this menu and select anytime. Notice that I did not publish it because I don't want every admin user in my building to know who those students are quite yet until we get those Q3 grades their senior year, and we can really determine that, or even into Q4 sometimes as it may be. But I don't want to publish that because I don't need anyone else to see that information yet. But I can select those students, and had I not already had them selected, it would populate those 7 students here. So anytime I want to pull those students up, start looking at their grades, maybe their attendance, maybe I need demographics information like their parent contact information or their address. Maybe I want to look at their grade point average or their, you know, how they're doing in their current courses. So these are the 7 students I'm tracking for that information right now. I brought up that advisory example earlier. So what if I have a group of students, some may be seniors, but they vary in grade level, and I have them on a spreadsheet, that I have when I keep track of these students, and I want to show you that spreadsheet here. So I have this group of students, and I have exported their student number, their name, and their grade level. This is a group of 13 students that I meet with once a month and keep up with academically, personally, socially, to just see how they're doing. Just make sure that they know an adult in the building is checking in on them once or a few times a month. So I have this list that I've been assigned at the beginning of the year. Here are your students for advisory. What I can do is I can use a function in PowerSchool called multi-select. And this is a great, great tool. The very best way this works is if I have student numbers pulled. This is great for mass scheduling students into a specific course section, grabbing any group of students at a time. If I have if I have a spreadsheet, let's say if I'm pretty good with Microsoft Excel, and I have a spreadsheet of, say, all of the students in my building on a spreadsheet, and it has certain, field values such as grade level, and other things like that, then I can sort and filter it and only grab the students at any point that I need, and I can multi-select them. So multi-selecting is a much more advanced version of what I was doing earlier. You saw me just plucking out 7 different seniors off of the list by checking boxes. For some of our searches, that would take a really long time. So this is a way to quickly copy and paste student numbers off of a spreadsheet, use your multi-select, make sure that so to default to student number, but I'll show you some other ones you could use. Copy paste them into there and do a search. So now I have these 13 students in my selection, which I can confirm that's how many students were on my list, 13 of them. Multi-selecting student numbers is the most efficient way of getting the right selection of students. I'm going to show you an example in a little bit here of, I could search by student name, but that could cause you some problems, and you'll see why. But first, what I want to do is I want to use this as my second example of a stored selection. So I have my 13 students that I've been assigned, and I'm going to call them my 24-25 advisory group. I'll even put my name on there. All right. And I want to save that current selection of 13 students. With that, I could, let me submit first. I could make it public so that, if other people ever needed to access my group of students specifically, I could do that. Now other people can see my advisory group. That's fine. I don't mind. They know the students that I work with now. But I want to go back to the start page here. And we're going to pretend for a moment that I've just logged in for the morning, Monday morning, and I want to look at how my advisory group students are doing. It's September. Maybe we have a couple of grades in the grade book now. So I'm going to go to my stored selections here, and I'm going to go to select. And just like that, I have my 13 students selected. So it's just a way of saving that group of students, so I don't have to go find them every time I'm looking. So think about a group of students, a population of students that you might work with frequently, or a very specific handful of students, or a large group of students even that you work with. Maybe it's the football players and checking in on grades. Maybe if you're the athletic director and football season's coming up, so maybe you put all your fall athletes, all your football cheerleaders, soccer players, cross-country runners, all of them in a selection, into your stored selections. You can have an unlimited amount of students in there. And now you've got your list for the fall of going through and doing reports for students and, searching out grades, making sure nobody's getting an F, things like that. So again, big differences between stored searches and stored selections. As closely as the names sound, they do sort of different things depending on how you're approaching that group of students to work with. Just to touch back to the multi-select function, which again, I can't stress it enough how valuable this could be to you. I'm going to click on multi-select again. This time, I'm going to search by last name, first name. Here's why I wouldn't normally do that. So I selected that. I changed this group to last name, first name. Punch that in. Two problems here. One, in our train database, we tend to have multiple students with the same name. So when I hit search here, I'm going to get more than 13 students, I think, because it's going to grab me every student who has, Christopher Fake Harris or something like that, or Daniel Fake Adkins. I have more than one in here, right? So now instead of 13, I have 18 students. So that's kind of the opposite problem that what you'll probably see in a live environment. So I'm going to give you another example doing the same search. And let's say, on your spreadsheet here that another team member has given you, let's say that it was listed as Danny, and that Allison actually goes by Joe. And, maybe she goes by Gabby, and this kid goes by Sid. So, and that's how they have them listed on there, right? So I'm going to do another search here. And something that I want to point out is that last name, first name has to be pretty exact. So now it's coming up with Jonathan Turner, Joseph Turner, Joshua Turner. None of them were on my list. Joe Turner, whose given name is actually Allison, was actually in the selection I needed, but because Joe was listed, J-O was listed on her on the spreadsheet for her name, it actually pulled these other students who are not the students I needed in my selection. So you're going to run into issues like that using multi-select for names. So I'd avoid doing so. And the disadvantage of multi-select is that it doesn't tell you who didn't make it into your selection from your spreadsheet. It's, again, like Kim said earlier, it's just a database. It is just finding information based upon the information that you give it. It's a computer database. Now, our developers did customize this to make a fuzzy search. I think it's kind of a funny name for it. The last name, first name fuzzy will, names like Danny and, Sid, if it's SYD, I'm sure that hers will come up. Let's say Al, and Gabby. Sometimes the fuzzy search works when the student's name is just a little bit different but related. So it's looking for similar names. Again, the downside to multi-select with the name search is that it won't tell you who it was able to find and who it wasn't. So it couldn't find several of those students. So it returned the 7 that it did find. So just a caution on that multi-select use. You can search other fields like student email, first name, last name, if that's the way you had them on a spreadsheet. Similar idea though, that you might not get the exact student selection. Something to note in PowerSchool PowerSchool that tends to confuse a lot of people is there's a student number for every student, a student, a PowerSchool student number, as we would call it. But there's also an internal student ID number to identify each student in the system, as well as a student DC ID. Now, the majority of you will probably not search students based upon student ID or student DC ID. You'll probably just have student number. If you've worked at all in PowerSchool yet, that's the number that you see on most pages. All right. Student state ID is what it sounds like. It's the identifier per student back to the state of Ohio. So that's important for our state reporting. And that is a static number on every student that does not change. So if you had a spreadsheet with student state numbers on them, then that search could work as well. So especially if you're an EMIS coordinator and you work on state reporting, that might be your most valued search in multi-select. Questions on multi-select or stored searches, stored selections? Okay.
Nothing in the chat, so.
Thank you. All right. Quiet bunch this afternoon. Hopefully you didn't go into a food coma after lunch, and I know hopefully our bellies are full. I know mine is, but hopefully no food comas this afternoon. So please continue to put questions in the chat. Take yourself off mute if you have anything you'd like to a little bit more elaboration on or questions about. So, and we'll leave a little bit of time at the end of today for that, of course, as well as a little bit of time on the front end of Thursday's training day. So I am going to use my multi-select function again. I'm going to plug in those numbers because for what I'm about to do next, I do need to have a student selection for, just like the last function I showed you with those stored selections. I have to have a group of students selected to do what I want to do next. You may or may not have noticed that when I searched that group of students, before I did that, these were grayed out because I can't use anything down here unless I have a group of students selected. This down here is what some people call the group functions menu, and some people call the group actions menu. And in order to use this menu, because it is a group actions or functions menu, you have to have a group of students selected. And this is a great place to answer the question in the chat. I see a question in the chat. Will there be a place where we can get a refresher on the things discussed here today? It's a lot of information. And I absolutely agree with you. We are throwing a lot at you today. I would refer to, so we do save these videos to our YouTube channel if you wanted to go back to a certain piece of this specifically, but probably your better resource in terms of quick looks back is going to be our documentation. We have a document called the PowerSchool Sys Basics for Admin Users. I think it says QRC at the end of that file name in our documentation. And what that stands for is Quick Reference Card. It's not as quick as you might think being called a Quick Reference Card. It is about a 20-page document, but it does have just about everything that we've gone through here today in one document. So I would definitely refer you to that. And I'll just a plug reminder here from where that was found. That Kim showed us this morning, meta documentation. And again, we are getting a documentation menu overhaul in the coming month here, which I'm excited about. Because you'll be able to search right through these folders for everything you're looking for. This PowerSchool Sys Basics QRC is, in my opinion, your #1 reference point back to all the things that we're discussing today. So if you have this open, you're able to print it, or after this training, get a hold of it via our documentation site. You're going to find everything that we've gone through today in kind of little snippets. So I just went through multi-select and stored searches and stored selections, for example. All right, and we touched on smart search earlier today. Yep. Close out of that. Okay. But yeah, I completely agree that you can't sit through a, 6-hour training in a day, absorb every single thing, and then no PowerSchool. It's it's just not realistic. Um, we're trying to give you little bites and pieces of all the different parts that will be most applicable to you in your, as you start your year in PowerSchool. But we always understand that we're giving you a lot at once. Another, I just want to put a plug in for our district leaders. Another great resource you all have in your district is, if you're not aware, the model that we use here at Meta is a train the trainer model. So every one of our school districts has one, if not two or three district leaders. I would encourage you to learn who those people are and touch base with them as you have questions. And they are welcome to put in cases for things that they are unable to help you with or need our assistance with. There's a lot of processes in PowerSchool that take a little bit more digging into, a little bit more data manipulation, and things like that. So we encourage you to work with your district leaders, and then in turn, they may be working with us on those bigger ticket issues. So another great resource for you. All right. So I have my selection of students, and there's a few things I want to show you on this menu. You may remember that I mentioned this morning there are multiple places to get to certain functions or pages within PowerSchool sometime with some of these. And the group actions menu is kind of my prime example of that. So you will notice as we go through this in the next hour and a half, that some of these functions or actions over here with groups of students are also found on this menu over here. So I understand why PowerSchool has set it up that way, because think of this menu over here as a place where you're going to go to, again, take action with a group of students or complete a function with a group of students. I am not going to go through every one of these. I'm only going to go through a handful for a couple of reasons. One is, the great comment that we just had. I don't know if I go through 50 group actions the next hour, you won't remember all of them. But what I do want to show you is kind of the hit the highlights sort of thing. And then in turn, once we get to this menu over here, we'll be hitting a couple more of these as well. Or we'll point out like, hey, we went over this one over on the group actions menu when we were there earlier. So one really valuable one is right at the top here. So this is a customization. It's called Mass Print a Student Screen. And notice that it can be easily missed. I've done it myself before. After the redesign, I was like, wow, that's kind of weird that it shows up at the top here. I understand why, though. It maybe doesn't fit in one of the categories down here, but probably because it's such an often used function with our users. So I'm going to click on Mass Print a Student Screen. Again, I have my 13 students that I keep track of. So this is a great time to get a handle on how they're doing, and hey, maybe print off all their current grades so I can meet with each one of them in the next couple of days. So once I click Mass Print a Student Screen with my 13 students under the Group Actions menu, I have a whole lot of options. Some you'll use, admittedly, some of these you will never use. But I'd say if you work with a student academically, or you are just, you are one of the roles in the school that, communicates to parents. One great piece is to just go to their quick lookup screen, which we'll dive into more detail on Thursday when we go through the actual student screens. But quick lookup, as I mentioned earlier, is a place where you can get current student grades per term, their current attendance, as well as a couple other bits of information. But I'll show you why this could be valuable. So I'm going to click Submit. It does take a moment to populate. And now I can, and I'm going to get this this print menu. Again, I could save it as a PDF. I'm going to wait for that to populate there, or I can change to the printer if I actually want a printed piece. All right. So what all this customization does is it pulls the exact student page of PowerSchool for those 13 kids and shows me what's on it. So quick lookup has the kid's name at the top. You know, I can see that James, let's say we're in quarter 4 right now. I want to see how he is doing. Okay, he has an F in journalism. That could be a problem. Great. I want to compliment him on getting an A in current issues. Looks like the art teacher hasn't put any grades in yet, so maybe I want to touch base with him about that. And I think he could do a little bit better in science. He's getting a C-. I'm going to talk to him about that in our meeting as well. So just to give you a sense of what's on here real quickly, don't get too caught up in these absence numbers. We'll talk more about that when we dive into the quick lookup screen. But the other thing I want to point out is some kids' quick lookup screen is going to be longer than others. Notice again, it's a fake database. How many classes this kid's enrolled in may not be realistic, but it's taking up 2 pages because his list is so long. All right. It does also show his program enrollments, which we haven't talked about quite yet. And I see in the chat someone asking about the refresher document. How about we, at the end of today, so about the last 10, 15 minutes, we'll return to that document when we take questions, and we'll show you where to find that again. So Sally and Kim, keep me honest there. Don't let me forget to go back to that documentation. All right. So this is one example of how to use print student screen. And I want to take a step back here. There are several on here that you may use. Maybe you want to just look at the student's attendance. Maybe for the same reasons I talked about, you want to see all their historical grades on one page. These are pages we're going to touch on when we get to the student screens. But this function, again, does exactly what the title says it does. All right. Print a student schedule if you want, that sort of thing. So, all right. We go back to our start page. You'll notice that just kind of one basic statement about navigating around PowerSchool. You'll notice that some of the pages will have what we call breadcrumbs at the top that you can click back a page to, but a lot of them do not. So I know we gave this example earlier, just a reminder. To get back to the start page, you can always click on the logo up here in the left corner. If your district doesn't have a logo, this is still hyperlinked right here, even though there's, even if there's nothing there, you can just click in this left corner, it'll take you back to the start page. All right, the next one I want to talk about is, and I'm going to try to go through these a little bit quicker here. Search by attendance and grades could be a really valuable one for you. For example, I want to see notice that on this page, I love this about this page, that I can use the selected 13 students that I came into the screen with, or I can instead change it to all of the students in my building. So I'm going to go with all of the students. Now, this is a great tool for anyone in your buildings who work with students academically. What I want to do is I want to know any students who are getting, let's say, failing grades or low grades in a course in a certain term. So that's the example I'm going to use, but there's a few different ways to use this page. So for the minimum number of classes needed to meet the criteria, I'm going to say 1. So in other words, if a student is getting a low grade in at least one course, I want them to populate on this report. All right. I'm going to scan for the final grade of any equaling any of those. All right. Now I could roll this back and I could say, I cut that. So I could say, well, I only want to see any that are equal to F. I only want the students who are failing courses right now. Or maybe I want students who are getting an F or a D minus, because those D minuses, let's face it, pretty close to failing. I want to maybe get to those kids before they are failing. All right, and then I can change this down here. We're talking about grades from current grades out of the grade book. So current grades pertain to what's in a teacher's grade book right now. Or I could go to historical grades. So I'm going to focus on historical grades for now. And then I want to populate a specific store code. And let's go with, earlier we're pretending we're in Q4. So I want to see, okay, at the end of Q3, how did these kids do? Every kid in the building, I want to see who had an F or a D minus final grade in Q3. And then you can use this. It'll default to today's date. But if you want to change the date as of who was enrolled in those courses, again, I'm going to kind of roll it back here to, let's say that it's April 15th. All right. I have two options for the results at the bottom. I can make this the current selection of students, which will just give me a list of students that fall into this category here, is getting an F or a D minus in Q3. That has earned that. And it'll allow me to do other actions with that group of students. It'll make them my selection, right? Just like it says. The other way I could use this is I could display the matching students and sections. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And this might take a moment, but it's looking at all 1,700 students in Q3 of the current school year. And I have 261 students who had an F or a D minus in a class. It gives me the term that it's scheduled within. So there are semester 2 courses, there are full year courses, the course number dot section, the course name, and the teacher of that class. There's no export button from this report, but what I could do is I could copy, let's say that I'd copied the whole thing here. I could copy and paste that into a spreadsheet. So it's filterable and sortable, because this page alone is not filterable or sortable. But again, you can just copy and paste it into a spreadsheet to make it so if you need to. All right. I used the back button. That's not going to work on every PowerSchool page. You'll see it error out on certain pages. The PowerSchool really doesn't like the back button in browsers. But in this case, it works. Okay. You can also scan for, certain attendance codes on students, within a certain date range. I'm not going to go into an example of that right now, but you can search certain codes and how many days they've missed, that sort of thing. So a lot that you can do from this page regarding attendance and grades. And the next one I'm going to show you even more quickly is searching by GPA. This won't be applicable to many of you in the room. This is, usually high school. So if you wanted to look at, say all of the students in the building and you wanted to look at their GPA, search by GPA, maybe, kids with less than a 2.0 cumulative grade point average, you could do that here. And two other things I want to point out really quickly on this page is the main thing being that you would have to know which grade point average calculation, so the GPA calculation that you're using in your building. So that would be an essential piece to doing this. It's defaulting to the first one on our list. And in the case of this train database, that happens to be the right one, but in your building, it may not. So I just want to caution you on that. If you're looking through GPAs, make sure you know which method your building uses on the transcript and on the individual student record. You can see there's GPAs that are specific in some buildings to a term, and we also have cumulative GPAs. And then some of our buildings have GPAs built out for other things such as athletic eligibility. All right, so just wanted to point that out. So I could say all kids who have a GPA of less than 2.0. I could search by a course section. So I could search by students who have a certain teacher, or I can put a field value in here, a field name and a field value down here as well. And then I would submit. And so this is looking at information as of right now, as of not only today, but in this moment, because GPAs are not static. They change every time grades are stored in terms of the cumulative. If you're looking at current GPA, they could change minute by minute, moment by moment, depending on what the teachers are putting in their grade books. So we have 388 students that are earning under a 2.0 in our high school right now. All right, just as an example. Oh, and I'm gonna grab my group of advisory kids again. There we go. Okay, another one on here I wanted to point out. This is probably one that this is one I'm definitely going to caution you on, and one that probably only certain people in your district will use. But I do want to point this out because you may have been wondering with some of the searching we did earlier and some of the some of the ways we find students, but the values that are on students, how those change. You may have thought earlier, well, I see which students are on the football team, but how do I add a bunch of students to the football team? It's a new season. Kids are starting practice this past week, moving into August here. And I want to make sure they're all designated for the activity of football. So I have a selection of students. What I can do is I can go to change student field values. Again, a dangerous place to hang out if you're not sure what you're doing. This is a way to change math student data. And I would encourage you I would encourage only the experienced users to do this or have an experienced person in the room. I'll show you what you could do though. I'll give you two examples. So what I'm doing is here with these 13 students, I'm going to plug a field name in here and a new field value in here, if and when that's changing. So I can say fields. We talked about this example earlier, so I'll just return to it. I know that with the activities, the field value is either a 1 or a 0. So a 0 means they're not in football, as in that's not checkboxed on their activities page, but a 1 means they are. So I'm saying these 13 kids have joined the football team this year, and I want to designate them as such. So I'm going to submit, and I will be asked to confirm on the next page. So when I submit, I'll get a list of students who don't yet have a value of 1 for varsity football. Something interesting I do want to point out on this page is that you'll notice it skips numbers a little bit. The reason is whoever was student number 4 in my selection already has a value of 1. This page will only show you who you're changing data for. Student number 13 must also be on the football team already. So again, a dangerous place to hang out. It will say this change is irreversible. Technically, that's not true because I could go back and change these again. But what it does mean is these are going to be harder to find the wrong kids. If I designate a field value wrong on a group of students, it'll be a little harder to find. And it really you can't just hit undo. There's not going to be any undo button after I submit this. So I just want to point that out. So I submit and I get a complete. And if I hit the back button over here, so not the browser's back button, but there's a back button here, I come back here. And just one more example, some of our buildings use this field, some do not. But some of our buildings use a homeroom field to, a lot of times elementary can use a homeroom field, and they either use a teacher name or maybe a number to keep track of students. And in this particular district here that I'm in, this building, my district leader has set up default field values for the homeroom field, which is really nice. So my district leader plugged in all of the homeroom teachers for me. And now I can just go through and I say, I have the 13 students that are in Graham's homeroom, and I want to change those students with a field name of homeroom to a value of Graham. And again, it's only going to list the students who are changing. So that's all of them. These students all had blanks in the homeroom field before, and that student had this teacher as a homeroom teacher before. Questions on that? So I could hit submit here, and it would change them all to Graham. And I can do so because I'm in a trained database. And I would encourage you to go ahead and try it out too, but don't go trying that back in your home district unless you know what you're doing. All right. Couple more actions I want to point out here while we're on this screen. I'm going to return to our start page and go down the list here. A very valuable piece that I think everybody in the training today will be able to use is custom student list. If you were a PowerSchool user a year ago or before, this title of this function was I think just called list students. So some people have been a little bit thrown off by this name, custom student list. It really is. It's a customized student list that you can tell it what you want on the list. All right, so I'm going to click into here. It's the first one under student reports. Very valuable tool for you. Custom student list does restrict you to a certain number of fields to use. So if you are an EMIS coordinator or somebody who really digs into the data on students, this may not get you enough fields. There is another type of report where you can put a limitless number of fields on a report, which may be better for you depending on your position. So I do want to go through an example now of creating a report of students. Again, I have my 13 students selected that I want to use. And as I mentioned earlier, you may remember me saying that it defaults to this page here, defaults to the last fields that I used on a report. So it's just showing me student number and name. I could click clear fields. It'll clear them out for me. I click undo clear, and it'll bring them back for me. I can name this report whatever I want. So let's say advisory field trip. I get to take my group of students on a field trip, but I want to make a list of the students for the office and for myself of the things I might need while I'm on this field trip. Now, likely you have someone in your building who will print you their demographics page with all the information you need. I know that's how it worked when I was in a building. Somebody would provide me their demographics or their emergency medical information out of PowerSchool. But if I just need a quick list of information, I could do it this way. So I'll select a couple of fields here as examples. So maybe I want their grade level. Maybe I want their home phone. So that's going to pull from the field home phone. Contact DATs. This is something we have not touched on yet. So DATs stands for data access tags. And I want to point out something that we weren't quite ready to dive into earlier. PowerSchool DAT reference. This is something that we've built into the system for data access tag references. Basically, it's a guide on building these data access tags. So contact data access tags in particular are going to get you contact information for each student. So I'm going to click in as an example to show you what I might want to include. So I'm going to say I want the #1 contact on the list for the students, and I want their the contact first and last name. So I'll call that parent contact or parent guardian maybe. Then I'm going to, let's see, maybe I want to say who that person is. All right, so this is a lot of code that PowerSchool just dumped in here. We don't expect anyone here to know the ins and outs of all of this. The important thing here is you can use the contact DAT builder and you're just selecting what you want. So I could have selected the person that's designated as a mother or only the person who's designated as a father. But I have found in most cases that I'm not going to capture, as you well know, I'm not going to capture all of the primary contacts by just selecting one of those. That's why I said, no, instead of the relationship to decide who I'm pulling information for, I just want the first one, the very first person listed. Okay. Maybe I want the email address. Okay. And again, we're going on a field trip. We like those medical alerts. So important. So the other advantage of the custom student list is it allows you to name your columns. All right, some of our coworkers call this the pretty list. This is a way of making a nice list of students that you can export with column headers and such. So I'm going to take it full advantage and I'm going to plug those in. Let's see how I did here. Now, sometimes I'll run through this and I'll have a field value name wrong. I'll have a field name wrong or one of these data access tags wrong, and I might have to go back and redo my work. But let's see how I did. Okay. So for this list of 13 students, it pulled the student number, the name, their grade level, phone, the name of the first parent guardian on their contact list. All right. I called it parent guardian, but what PowerSchool calls it is contacts. That person's relationship to the students. All right. Maybe I need that. Maybe I don't for this purpose, but just an example. That person's email address. And again, don't rely on these matching up with these necessarily because this is fake data. So, and then a medical alert. All right, these kids don't have medical alert. Great. These kids do. Great. Now I know who has them. So that's a way to use this custom student list. And then you have some options up here. Maybe I had 400 students in the selection. Maybe I ran this for the entire senior class. I could do a filter search and just pull students based upon certain criteria to the top of this. Maybe it's multi-grade level, like my report is, and I only want to see the seniors for a moment. Okay. I can also sort by clicking on these column headers. All right, so maybe I want them in order by grade level: 9th graders, 10th graders, 11th, 12th, 15th. All right, but I'm going to go back to name. And most importantly, probably for all of us here, is I can either copy and paste this into Excel or Google Docs, as it may be. You know, you may be a Google district using Google Sheets, I should say. I could copy this into Google Sheets, or I can export that to a CSV file and save it to my desktop. And the way it just had me save it is dependent on my browser settings. I just want to point that out. We've had some questions in the past in these trainings on, oh, mine is saving somewhere else or something like that, but it's based on my browser settings. That's why that came up that way. And this is my final product. Expand these out a little bit. Okay. I get that. There we go. So this is what I get that I can take with me or share out as needed. If that's as I need it, I can also do a PDF, which a lot of people like this one a lot. And I'll call it whatever, field trip, let's say. And really nice looking list here. Custom student list. I imagine everybody here is going to use that at some point in their career, in their current role. Okay. Let's go back now to the start page. Quickly show you a couple more of these. Under student reports, I just want to point this out. I'm not going to spend nearly as much time on this one. The quick student export, what used to be called quick export, is a place to do almost the exact same thing. All right. But this is the one I was referring to, that you have an unlimited use of field values. So again, if in your district, you may be exporting 50, student field values at a time, then this one is more for you. The difference here is that it's going to give you a report that uses the field name specifically as the column headers. It doesn't allow you to change that. You can plug in more fields and you can plug in contact data access tags down here as well. So same way as the other page, I can search fields. I can build contact data access tags. All the same, almost all of the same functionality. And then when I submit that, again, I'm going to keep this one really simple. It defaults to student.export, but I can change the name when I save it based upon my browser settings. And it doesn't give you that PDF view option on this one. It's just going to be a CSV file called student export or whatever you call it. There it is. Sorry, it's coming up on my other page. And the column headers are just going to be the field names that you pulled. So very similar, depending on what you're looking for. Two ways to pull student data onto a customized report. Also under student reports, print a student report. I've briefly touched on this earlier. I'll elaborate just a little bit more right now. If I want to print a student report, that's individual to a student or as it may be, a group of students, but it's the individual report per student. And this is pointing to what we call object reports. I gave you the example this morning of a parent portal letter. This is what a lot of our districts and buildings use for student schedules. So I can use one of those as my example here. So that's what I'll do. We'll do one of these. Yeah, that one. We'll use a student schedule as our example. And I'm going to run through these pretty quickly, these options. But whenever I print a student report from the group actions menu, it's going to show me how many students I have selected, not which, but how many. And I can choose to print all records at once, only a certain amount of them, and I'll talk through why that might be. I can speak from personal experience on that. Or batches. You can print them in batches. But I want to talk through this for a moment. So I'm running a report that I haven't run in a while. And let's pretend that I have every student in the building, 1,700 students selected. Do I want to run a report for 1,700 students if I'm not completely sure that report is up to date and accurate? Probably not. Maybe I want to do a test run of 5 of the records, the first 5 records in the alphabet, and then I'll get a sense of whether the report is printing the way I need it to print. Or maybe I'll just do 2, just to get some examples out there. Just word to the wise, based on personal experience, you maybe don't want to run a schedule you haven't looked at the report of for a long time all at once. I don't recommend it. So, but I only have 13 students, so I think we're good here. You can select in what order. You can do alphabetical, by grade level first, then alphabetical, and a commonly used one I could see at a secondary building like middle or high school if you're distributing schedules into classrooms, or or some other report by student into a classroom. Then you could say, you know what, let's distribute, or let's sort by period 1 class, and it'll actually look at what class they're in that period and sort them that way. And so as you look through, you'll see, all right, Anderson's class is on top, and then Barrett's class is next, and Charles' class is next, and Deacon's is next. So it'll go through your teachers in alphabetical order based upon whomever that those students have their first period. And you can even say by, as of enroll date, or enrolled as of this date, I should say. And you can see that you get a little note from PowerSchool. That's going to take some extra time to calculate that. If printing student schedules, which in this case we are, then these rules apply. You have to decide whether you want courses actively enrolled in during the current term, or all courses enrolled in during the current term, including dropped, or an enrollment as of date. I'm not going to talk about this one because that only pertains to school fees. You can do a watermark text. You could say draft, over something. If, hey, schedules aren't finalized yet, but we're going to share with you what we have so far for next semester. If for some reason you have a letter and you want to mark it as confidential, that's copy. These are all the default watermarks that you can put onto any of these object reports. You can also customize one. You can actually plug in whatever you want to say there. Like, I don't know, meta high school copy. All right. Watermark mode, overlay, or watermark. When to print. So going back to that example where I'm maybe printing 1,700 schedules at once, middle of the school day, I don't think I want to tie up our printer with 1,700 documents. All right, your office staff appreciates you if you don't run a report of 1,700 copies in the middle of the workday. Your teachers will appreciate it too. So for a large print job, that might be one where you want to select at night, on the weekend, or at a specific date and time. At night, we'll start the print job after your bell schedule ends in the school day. So interesting, huh? If your bell schedule ends at 3:30, that's when this print job's going to start. On weekend would be Friday, or the last school day of the week on your calendar at the end of your bell schedule. Or you can specify a time. So let's say open house is tonight and you want to run this before open house starts, but before everybody arrives. So you can say, all right, I'm going to run it at 4:30 p.m. There we go. So you can designate that. If you're running an attendance report, you would want to run yes on the updating for House Bill 410 attendance. when you submit. But this is not, so that takes a little bit more time, which is why that's an option. Because this has nothing to do with attendance, I'm not going to select that. All right, so all records, copy, let's run it. Nope, the by period, sort date, and there's not a valid in session day. Let's see, all records. Oh, okay, let's go back to this. All records, alphabetical, courses active, and ASAP. So when you get to this screen here, sometimes it'll say running. The schedule report is a pretty quick report to run, especially for a small group of students. So now I can click view and I get my schedule report. You can see it overlaid Meta High School copy. That's what I plugged in there. And depending on how you have this set up, this may or may not be the report that you use in your building for student schedules, but it might be. A lot of our buildings use this object report. So just to give you a sense of what that looks like, what that's going to look like based upon the settings I gave it. This header, as well as all the fields here, are customizable by your district leader. So they can go in and actually plug in whatever they want it to say here. They can even do footers at the bottom here. So this is the header. They can put in a footer such as, you know, book fair coming soon, parent teacher conferences are coming up, anything like that. Open house is on, you know, Monday, August 12th, something like that. So just give you a sense of how you can use this report, these reports. And again, just a review from this morning, I can always get back to this page by clicking on the report queue here. Now that I've run a report, I have that option up here. And there are a lot of other, you know, group actions as I've alluded to a few times here, many of which I'm skipping right now. But the only other one I want to show you at this particular moment is mass register. So a lot of us are in that mode where we're getting last minute students scheduled into the courses they need. Mass register, or what used to be called mass enroll, is going to allow you to grab that whole group of kids in your selection and put them all into the same class. So again, I think this is a function that maybe not all of you, because not all of us here work in scheduling, but some of you will utilize at this time of year. It's probably a very timely matter. But let's say all of these students need to go into a specific first period class. There's other filters I could use down here. I could do a quick register if I knew the course number dot section number and register them. But in my case, I know they all need a first period class. So I'm just going to search for all first period classes in my high school. And let's say they all need to have Algebra 1. So we're gonna, although that has a limit on the amount of students in it. So let's find one. Let's say they all need Buckeye Ranch. I don't know what that class is, but it sounds interesting. It's going to give you the option to edit the date. We want to start that as the first day of school. Again, we are in last year, so we're going to go with last year's start date. I'm kind of guessing here. All right, it updated up here. They're all being enrolled into Buckeye Ranch as of 8/21/2023. I'm going to click enroll. And now all of my 13 students in my selection are in Buckeye Ranch together. So just another group action that you might be doing this time of year. I'm going to hand it over now to Sally, who's going to talk a little bit about the differences in searching staff and contacts versus what we talked about with students. And then we're going to get into this menu to end the day here. So hand it off to you, Sally.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. And let me There we go. All right, so yes, we're going to talk about staff and contact searches here next this afternoon. On our start page, you can see we did a lot of talk about student searches earlier today. Now we're going to look at staff searches and then contact searches. So if we click on this drop down right here, we see we can also search for staff and contacts within PowerSchool. Starting with staff, both staff and contact searches, they're very similar to the student searches that we've already talked about. There are some differences, some things that we do want to mention about these searches. With the staff, you can see we have some common searches in the next drop down here that you might utilize when searching for a staff in your district. Again, it'll default to all of the that you're looking for. So when you're searching a staff member, very similar again to the student searches, as you begin to type, you see some displayed results already start to populate down below of who you may be looking for. As we've mentioned, these grayed out silhouettes here, those are your inactive staff members, and then the blue ones are your active ones. So again, we see all of these names listed. If we click enter or we click our magnifying glass, again, it's only going to yield results here below in our current staff selection of those staff members that are active. So you just want to remember that. And then we can clear our search just like I did on that bar, clicking that X to clear that search. You'll notice here, we have if you have turned on the alphabet in your managed profile, similar to the students, you can search by last name, simply clicking on those letters. And again, as you click through, it will update your selection, not add to. Obviously, there are not grade levels listed, just the alphabets, but there are listed here various groups of staff. So your staff, when you have staff members in PowerSchool, you will assign them to either teacher, staff, and you can see here lunch staff or substitutes. So as you are creating staff, you'll give them one of those designations. And then when you're searching, I have some staff already pulled up. I'm going to clear that search. And maybe I just needed all of my teachers. I can simply click on teachers and my selection updates to all of the teachers. I'm at the district office. So again, that's a large number, 609. If you're at an individual building, it would be a smaller number. But again, all of those staff in PowerSchool active that have that designation. You can see the same would be for substitutes. Again, I click on that, my selection is updated, and I see them listed here below. With our search, again, your wildcard can help using that. That was something Kim had mentioned. So again, if we're looking, first name, you can select it here by selecting first name. You can use your field list. First name, like we've mentioned, there's always more than one way to do things in PowerSchool. So again, just some options here, but that wildcard I did want to show you also works with staff results. So again, if we're looking for first name, we're typing in some letters. We know it's SAL in the first name, and then we use that wildcard. We can see some different variations of who we might be looking for. With the staff searches, we also have some options here below. We have a staff directory. If you click on the staff directory, it's going to pull up, just as it says, a directory of all the staff in your PowerSchool environment, and it gives their name, if they have an assigned room number, their email, a home number, and school number. Again, if this is all recorded, we are, again, in a training database, so not all of our data is up to date and accurate, but within your own district, if you collect that information, you'll see it displayed here. You'll see on your staff directory, you have some options to filter as needed. Maybe I just need the teachers, just the teachers, again, at the district office. You might have a longer list of teachers, again, if you're at your building level, because teachers would be assigned to a building level, not necessarily the district. But you can, again, click on those to view information as needed. You'll see this mini breadcrumb trail listed up here in the left. Again, your blue highlight is going to be your navigation, showing us what page we were on. We were on the start page searching for staff, but you can click this little mini breadcrumb that'll take us right back. With staff searches, you have the ability to utilize stored searches and stored selections, just like Stephen reviewed with students. Again, stored searches, those would be searches that would be shared with all users. So that's stored searches, shared with all users. Again, like Stephen mentioned, if you create a search, you can put your initials at the end. That's a good way to notate that you created it, as all users would be able to use it. Stored selections, that would be your created selections that you would create. So again, these are available to use in searching staff. Your view field list, again, that pop-up modal. Now this field list, we want to point out, it is now listing all of the staff fields. When you are searching students, it's searching student fields. When you're searching staff, it's searching staff fields. So again, you would not find a student field in this list, only the fields that are applicable to staff. So we had access. We can see this is looking at their access as a staff member. If they have PowerSchool access, PT is Power Teacher access. So again, these are staff fields that you would be looking for in your view field list. And the advanced and multi-select options are also available when searching staff members. Multi-select is, as Stephen mentioned earlier, we find this very helpful when looking for multiple groups of people with the staff using multi-select. Again, you can see how it is updated to staff fields or staff groupings. So you can search if you have staff state IDs, staff IDs, again, you can see, and that fuzzy search is also available. Even email, you could search if you had all of your staff emails that you needed to work with a group of staff for various reasons. You could copy that from your spreadsheet, paste it in here and search. And again, you have the option to include inactive staff. So as we search with the search bar here, it'll yield results of active students, but using multi-select, we do have the option to include our inactive staff displayed in our selection when we search. Okay, that was a quick overview of staff. We're going to flip to contacts now, contact searching. With contacts, so we want to explain what a contact is in PowerSchool. So contacts, they consist of a single record of an adult that is associated with a student that is enrolled at your district, or multiple students in your district. So one contact record for one adult can be associated to multiple students with different relationships for each of those students. So for example, in my children's district, I am a contact record as the mother for my 2 students at the high school. I'm also listed as an aunt for my niece and nephew at the elementary building, and I'm listed as an emergency contact for my neighbor's child at the middle school. So that one contact record for myself is associated to 5 students at 3 different buildings in various grade levels. So that is what we mean when we talk about contacts. Again, the contact record extends across your district, depending on how many students your contact is associated with. So you'll see when we drop down to contacts in our dropdown, you'll notice, you may have noticed that it automatically defaults to last name. So it is already going to select last name for you to begin your search. As we type this out, you will see, so if we're searching, you can see we're not seeing that drop down like we saw with staff and students. So that drop down is not happening here within contacts. We do have to click our enter or our magnifying glass to yield those results. So if I'm searching Adams, I can see I'm finding 3 contact records with the last name Adams. If I clear this and I actually search just Adam, well, we still have some. If we had any contacts that had just Adam, we would see those contacts and Adams with an S. So just wanted to point that out, that when you're searching contacts, it is automatically going to default to the last name. Now you can click on the drop down and again, use any of these common search values that you're looking for. You can switch it if you would like. This is just to note that it is going to default to the last name. When you are searching the last name, so if we were searching Smith and we enter and we have 2 results, you'll notice them, they are listed here. And look what happened here on our search bar. Now it flips to first name. So this PowerSchool is now allowing us to type in a first name to narrow down our results even further. So now if I had a long list of contacts and I knew I searched the last name and then I knew the first name that I wanted, I can type that in and it narrows it down even further. And you can see our results listed here that we did to perform that search. We'll clear this out. You can see all of the, again, the alphabets listed, just like they work with students and staff. You can search for a specific contact group that begins, last name begins with B. They're listed below. We do want to show you within the results that are listed, the information that is being displayed. You will see your contact's name. You'll see access account, this green check mark that notates that they have an access account to the public portal, the parent-student portal. That means that they have an account and they have set it up. If you record their street address and their phone number, which most districts do, you will see that in your environment when you're looking for your staff, as well as you'll see email addresses and associated students listed here. And you'll notice, I'm going to close out of here right now, the results that I am seeing, I can see my access status has been selected to has inactive access account. So it is narrowing down my results by all of the contacts with the last name of B that have an inactive access account. Now, I just said with the green check mark that this means that they have an account. It may not, they may have created their account, but it is no longer it is now inactive. So if I clear that and I select all and now search B, so now we can see more information. Again, showing us all of the contact information, and here you can see associated students. With these drop downs, the status drop down, you can search active or inactive contacts. So this may be a little confusing sometimes because you can have a contact, again, we said associated to multiple students at multiple buildings. But if all of those students are no longer attending, they've been transferred out, that contact record still exists in PowerSchool, but is now inactive. So maybe you have someone that moved out of the district, and 2 years later, they move back into the district and they re-enroll their students. Their contact accounts, their access accounts that they have, the family and parents would be able to reactivate those as they re-enroll back into the district, and that account would become active once the student is re-enrolled and associated with that contact record. And again, we mentioned this access status. You can search for contacts that have access accounts, don't have access accounts, have active access accounts, and have inactive access accounts. So again, we had has inactive access account selected previously, meaning the account was set up, but it is inactive. So again, some just more filter options depending on who you're looking for, what you're looking for when searching students. You can search by phone number, you can search address, the same as before. Again, with students, we had, I think Fry is the name. Yeah. So we searched address, Fry. You can see Fry Road. We have all of the contacts that are on Fry Road. If we needed to narrow that down, we could use our address and narrow that down if we had a specific address. Phone number, we can search by phone number too. Sometimes in the offices, maybe somebody calls and they leave a message and you couldn't hear the name or the phone number to call them back on the voicemail, but you have the phone number recorded on the phone. So you could search for that using your phone number. So we'll just search one that maybe they called the office, and so we need to know who that was that called. And if that was an active number, I didn't put in my dashes, so it didn't yield any results. But again, you can search by that phone number as well. Same with email address. Again, using this drop down, you'll notice with the contacts, you don't have a field list for contacts. But you are able to use all of your alphabet searches and any of the drop downs and your common searches. Contacts are a little bit different with the way the information is recorded and stored in PowerSchool. And that is why there's not a field list to search for them. I know that was a real quick run through staff searches and contact searches, but do you have questions about either of those? Again, it's very similar to the student searches that we covered, utilizing, your search handout, even though that lists staff that, again, will help you with comparators and things, understand how you can search. But are there any questions right now about searches? Okay. I'm going to real quick just talk about the layout of the left navigation menu, and then I think maybe we could leave a few minutes for questions, and definitely we wanted to revisit the refresher information question that we received earlier. So in looking at PowerSchool, the left navigation menu, as we call it, again, for some of you who have been in PowerSchool previously, you may have been used to what was called the classic menu that used to have text running all down the left-hand side, and they were blue hyperlinks and you could click on them. And it was a very long list of texts. And so with the enhanced menu, what PowerSchool has done is they have grouped all of the pages, all of those links to the pages now by category. And you can see those various categories listed here along the left navigation menu with the various icons they have associated with them. On these left category navigation menus, as you click them open, you will see subcategories. So currently people, there's a student subcategory, staff subcategory, and contact subcategory. And you can see as I click on those, my options are changing for what I can do. And we'll go more into each of these categories next time we meet, but we did just want to point that out, that is what the left navigation menu does. When you are in your own district, in your own environments, you may or may not see all of these icons listed here. Depending on your task and your role within your district, if you do not see some of these icons, these categories, that is because you don't have access to those pages. Again, maybe your task and your role in your district, maybe you are not in scheduling and programs, so you would not need access to courses and programs. Additionally, maybe you see the left navigation category, but you don't see all of the pages listed. Again, that is because PowerSchool is only going to display the pages that you have access to. In our training database, you have access to all of the pages and all of their links. So you will see, again, all of these categories and associated subcategories and links listed. We encourage you to take a look at those and play around with them as you have access and are becoming familiar with PowerSchool. And I think that might be a good place, Stephen, Kim, do you think, to stop? And then we can start the next training, actually opening up the menus, but we can leave the last few minutes for questions and information on where to see a refresher.